There is a technology that allows you to interact with the chi, the Holy Spirit, the prana, this all-pervading substance. It is the medium by which all consciousness entities are able to store their existence and retrieve it, and how we have an afterlife. This means we have the ability to travel to other solar systems in very small fractions of a human lifetime. When you come out, it'd be like a blink of an eye and you're literally on the other side of the universe. Ordinarily, no means by which you can interact with this dark matter, but the dark matter can be interacted via its toroidal moment that are in every one of the proposed anti-gravity devices that have patents that are of any sensibility. And that would also explain most of the observations that you see, the observed so-called UAPs. What does it mean for humanity? It means we can stop fearing death. We need to completely implicitly understand this and teach it at all levels of education. From the point of view that we need to be able to know the potential benefits and the risks.
Fair enough. So, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about like maybe how you got here and a little bit about your background before we plow on it.
Yeah. So my father was a farmer, and father before him, my grandfather. My history is a blacksmith. My name is Greenyer, but it used to be Grenier, which means grain attic, or in French. We've got some French lineage going on in there. Mm-hmm. And I grew up in the southeast of England. I only recently found out it's a very energetic part of the UK. And I was very fortunate with the education that I received, and very, very blessed. I had opportunities to go to incredible schools and see things during my life, which gave me a broad perspective on what is possible. I first saw the Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons announcement in 1989. At the time, born in 1972, I had been reading New Scientist back to back. I actually was sad enough and absurd enough to be reading the job adverts, even as a young boy. And I saw this whole story play out where these people thought they had discovered a new form of energy. And I was very much bought into the idea that there was some challenge with energy on planet Earth, and that maybe our use of energy was affecting the climate, such that I had recycled furniture and I made my own energy that's such that I could in my bedroom, and I refused to drive a car for much of my 20s because of this belief. And had that not been the case, I might not be doing the work that I'm doing now. And I'm very glad that I believed those stories.
Like, what is it about? So what is it? Define the project just very succinctly in 20, 30 seconds, and let me know what you're working on and what you hope to accomplish.
The Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project has from the outset tried to see if there's any truth in claimants' technology of a process that could profoundly change the course of humanity. It did find that. It found that in a number of systems. It then tried to find out how that's occurring. I believe, that we have got a good idea of how that's occurring. And this enables us to predict specific outcomes in systems we actually haven't analyzed yet if we see certain signatures and things claimed by the claimant, both in the history and in new claims that are going to be able to come up in the future by third parties. Okay? And then the third parties to assist people out there who've got a claim to verify whether they've got it, help them understand what's going on, and help them and show them how to improve it. Because the thing is, when investors looking at a technology and they want to develop it, they want to know, one, is it safe? Well, you said there's free energy and there's no pollution. Well, the pollution that this produces is the same pollution that you get from any fast spinning metal and welding and switchgear, like electrical switchgear. So we have potentially solved a problem that is causing health problems around the world without it even being known. And we also have the solution to that. So we can solve problems that people didn't even know existed when we're solving the problem that needs to be solved for the use of this technology to be safe. So that's the safety argument. Then the potential from this is to produce a range of technologies that look like magic. And they do things that look like the best of times in every situation. And I'd like to refer to a guy called Kenneth Radford Shoulders. Kenneth Radford Shoulders is the guy that invented the quadrupole mass spectrometer. Not a lot of people know that. It's a technology which we use to determine elements. He also was brought in by Harold Puthoff, a naval intelligence guy who did the psychic spy program during the Cold War for the US, to study the work of one John Hutchison. And after about 6 years, he published a book called EV, Electrum Validium, A Tale of Discovery. He then went on to publish several patents that the patent office tried to shut him down on, but he said, I'm sorry, I've published this book. And they said, well, can you send us the list of the people you sent it to? He says, no, sorry, dog ate my homework. So they had to issue the patents. And he said in an interview, which is the only public interview, I transcribed it. It's an interview with John Hutchison and John Hutchison's wife, Nancy Lazarian, and they live in California. He said, if there's something you want to do well, this would probably be the technology you use to do it. And I'm going to be able to help people out there understand that there is an electrodynamic structure, a basically donut structure with donuts in it on a fractal sense. And this is able to capture matter and energy and enable things like synthesis of matter, transmutation of matter, and desynthesis of matter. And all of those things have use.
Transmutation of matter into energy?
Both. Well, when you transmute, normally it needs to be energy positive. Okay, doesn't want to go in a direction that's hard for it to do. So you can make energy negative things because this structure has within it a yin yang, and every yin has a yang and a yin, and every yang has a yin and a yang.
Do you think that this technology, so you think that people have discovered this technology in the past, in the 20th century, but do you think that the technology has existed in prehistory, in ancient human history?
It's eternal. And anyone that pays attention to the way nature works will ultimately discover this.
So, but do you do think that 100%, it has been discovered?
Because all you need is charge separation and turbulence.
And what is charge separation?
So if you have a Baghdad battery and you put the electrodes, your copper electrodes, all of these things were available in ancient times, into a salted water, you will start to have charge separation. You will have OH minus ions on one side and H plus ions on the other. That is charge separation. But water itself is kind of charge separated. The molecule itself is polar. And so if you start turbulence within water, it will actually try to form these structures. Any charge separation will lead to current going round in a loop. And if you have current going round in an anti-loop, right, that's like you take a plate into a swimming pool. Next time you've got a sunny day, we're in Florida here, I think you get a few of those.
Yeah,
you probably even know a swimming pool somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just get a plate, put it into the water when it's at high noon, and you'll have what's called a vortex soliton. There'll be a little dimple on this side and a little dimple on that side. One will be rotating one way, the other one will be rotating the other way, and they'll produce what's called a phallico-soliton. It's the vortices join up in a kind of mixture at the bottom. And when you see that, that will project the light like a lens and produce two black spots on the bottom of the swimming pool. And you'll see this is a very, very stable structure. And it's able to move across the swimming pool bottom and across the body of the water. It's solitons like this, vortex solitons. That's a half vortex soliton, phallico-soliton. There's another one, and a soliton is a solitary wave. Okay, it's its own wave. Yeah. Another one you might be familiar with, probably not so much since smoking is not so popular now, but it's a smoke ring. So someone would draw in some tobacco smoke, and there you go, and then the smoke ring comes out. Okay, now Lord Kelvin saw these things back in the 1800s, and they were so stable that he envisaged that all of matter was actually solitons that might be twisted or knotted in some way to make the variation that you see in matter, but that this is the only thing that really is stable enough for long enough, and then the smaller you make it, the more stable it would be. And so that is the basic structure, and in reality, there are only two things that are able to organize matter, and that is the vortex and the vortex soliton. Okay? And the vortex comes out of the center of the vortex soliton. And the vortex soliton is made of vortices. So it's like a chicken and egg situation, but all you need to start with to make this into doing the magic is the smoke ring doesn't have, or the bubble ring coming out of the top of a dolphin's breathing hole, right? They do this as well. The water will have it in there, but the smoke ring itself doesn't. It's not charge separated material, but you can physically see the structure. But when you get to any charge separated material, like a plasma, for instance, where you've got electrons and ions in there, that is charge separated. And as it spins round, you get a current that's going around in a loop, and that produces a magnetic field, one vector. And then your current that goes around in another loop, and that produces an opposite vector. And then they will go into a ring of a magnetic ring. So you need at least a vortex and an anti-vortex. And this will then produce what's called a toroidal moment. And this is something that practically no one in the West knows about.
Does the government know about it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And they're using this technology?
I think they've been using it since at least the mid-1950s without knowing really what it was, okay, and definitely not publicly discussing it.
Okay.
But the person credited with discovering the toroidal moment is Vladimir Dubovik. And sadly, he died in February this year. But he was doing his thesis at Dubna, which is the nuclear research city 50 kilometers north of Moscow. This is obviously during the Soviet period. And he was, in 1965, he discovered this. He published it in 1967 in his thesis, and then wrote a large number of papers and really started publishing hard after the end of the Cold War. And you can go and see papers from 1992. You can go onto Wikipedia right now, and you can look at the toroidal moment. Maybe we can bring that up.
Yeah, let's do
Ryan?
it. Ryan? Yep.
If you can pull that up in the background there. And it was only verified in the West in 1997. And you need to come into the 2000s before you see mainstream science journals in, for instance, Science or Nature discussing the toroidal moment. Mm-hmm. But right now, they are looking at the toroidal moment from around about 2014 for next generation communication technologies and also for the communication. Yeah, so what you're seeing actually on the diagram there is the current loops are the blue arrows, and they are what called poloidal. That's a poloidal current loop. And then toroidally, the red thing is the magnetic ring, and the toroidal moment goes through the center. So if you can go to the main article on toroidal moment. So magnetism, a toroidal moment is an independent term in multipole expansion of electromagnetic fields, besides magnetic and electric multipoles. And so if you go down to the bottom, you'll see Vladimir Dubovik, reference 2, Dubovik, okay? And then reference 5, Dubovik, and probably other people in there as well. Anyway, the interesting thing about the toroidal moment is that the most basic form is a minimum current loop and current anti-loop, producing a magnetic loop, which then produces the toroidal moment. As far as we can determine from physical experiments, so I came into this by seeing these structures that needed a current loop and a current counter loop on a researcher called Neil Crichton Gold's, he called them line experiments. And we looked under a scanning electron microscope. We saw these two spot structures, which had, they were mirrored. And then we saw these like things that looked like galaxies with arms coming out of them. And so I kind of built up this image in my head of what was going on in a three-dimensional structure that could explain the physical things that we're seeing. Many, many pieces of data. And that was the minimum. It wasn't until I started looking at John Hutchison's work. Now, who I mentioned him earlier. This was Hal Puthoff Hal Puthoff brought in Ken Shoulders to study the work of John Hutchison. John Hutchison was a Canadian agoraphobic autistic who was absolutely fascinated with old military gear and Tesla. So he went back to the notes from the original notes of how Tesla built his equipment, and he built a disruptive discharge generator. What is that? That is when you have a very short duration, high current pulse that comes out, and it breaks the ether, which we'll come to talk about in a little while. And then he had electromagnetic waves in there set up so that they were interfering, and actually some radioactive samples in there as well. Doesn't matter. That's what he had. But in 1979, how did he get this equipment? Well, he didn't have normal employment. So he was given he loved this military equipment. There was two carriers or warships, Canadian warships, that were being decommissioned. He's a very strong, tall, physical guy. And so he said, look, I'll volunteer. And he says, well, we're going to pay you. I'll lose my benefits. So, right. But just let me take home what I want. So he would take home electronic countermeasures and radio equipment that you couldn't even buy or you couldn't operate, even if you made it yourself. They were in frequency bands that you're not allowed to use, right? So he had them at home. He wired them all up and he was twiddling the knobs. And as I was told, in 1979, he got hit on the back of the head with a lump of metal. And then over a period of time, he was able to levitate these samples. He was able to get one metal to teleport into another piece of metal. He was able to get transmutation of elements. He was able to cause some physical twisting. I actually have some samples with me. Would you like to see them?
Yeah.
So you can ask me a question whilst I'm digging those out.
I thought that a decent place to kind of go through the technology would be past, present, future of where did we see it in the past with the ancients? Where do we see it now? How do we see it occurring now? You had made a comment about the black holes and whatnot, and then kind of the structure of the universe today, down to a very small level up to massive levels, and how it works within that those confines. And then sort of in modern times as it relates to the government and how some of these UFO sightings might be correlated to this technology. So happy to go through. Would love to go through and see this, but then maybe we back it up into ancient times, and that might be a good segue into some of the vase conversation.
Fantastic.
That I know you're interested in.
So what we're seeing here is a piece of aluminum bar stock, and the claim is that this was twisted and manipulated and transmuted on the surface, at least, into what you see here from a straight piece of rectangular bar stock. Again, this is iron, and again, it's twisted. One's twisted one way and one twisted the other way, okay? When you look at this under the microscope, what you see is, or in fact, even with your eye, you see these little triangular structures. And it took a long time to realize that these are the Sothic triangle. It is that ratio. And this is the tornado that gets pulled into what's called a topological monopole that emerges out of that toroidal structure when it's in a fractal sense. So I was looking at a sample from this guy, John Hutchison. And I saw, I'm going to put those on there. I saw two things. Well, actually, it's three things, four things, in fact, and they were quanta of each other. So there was a ring with an outie, and there was a ring with an innie. So one was a yang, one was a yin. Mm-hmm. And then taking that scale of ring and rotating it 90 degrees, I saw that these were arranged into another torus. So it was a tor made of tori, okay? And then taking that larger one, you could rotate that 90 degrees and make another torus, and this one had like 48 divisions around it. And this is interesting because the aluminium was moved around this structure, but the structure itself wasn't moving. So it was forcing this, what's called a spin nuclei, this aluminium-27, to be spun around it, leaving like a footprint in the sands, like your previous guest was talking about, the white sands, these footprints of ancient
Graham,
Graham Hancock in your previous podcast. But this was like a footprint of another entity into solid metal and leaving its mark. And so this led me to understand that there was a structure called a wheel. Is basically a wheel within a wheel within a wheel. And maybe if Ryan can pull up practical applications of the fractal toroidal moment presentation that I gave to the ICCF 25 community in Szczecin in Poland last year, we can show the things that I'm talking about. But before we go into that, this produces a vortex that goes into a point, and it doesn't go through and out the other side. It goes to a point, and that is called a phase singularity. So something can go round and round and round, and it doesn't go up or down, or it can go round and round and round the other way, and it doesn't go up or down. Okay, and it's like a Penrose staircase, if you know what I'm talking about.
I do. Yeah.
So,
the illusion is that.
It looks like they're walking down the stairs, but they're not going down, or vice versa, going upstairs. And so that is a phase singularity. You basically can increase the phase by rotating round and round and round, but you're not actually going up or down. So it goes in to this point and gets stuck. Now, do you know what a laser is?
I think so.
Okay, so light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, something like that. What it is you have a photon, which has a frequency. And then you have another photon, but it's the same frequency, and it's in phase. Okay? So that is coherent light. You can actually do the same thing in a Caesar, which is coherent sound. And this is what they use for active denial systems and nasty things like that. What matter can do, matter can be described as a particle or a wave. And if you treat it as a wave, let's call it trapped light, its frequency varies. It's got this thing called the de Broglie wavelength. It varies based on the kinetic energy of that particle. So it can get longer or shorter. In the early part of the 20th century, Bose and Einstein, they predicted a thing called a Bose-Einstein condensate. And it wasn't until the mid-1990s that it was actually synthesized in alkaline metal like sodium-23 or cesium-133. You start with a monoisotope like cesium-133 or sodium-23. So you don't have various wavelengths in there by default. And then what you do is you make it all the same kinetic energy. And what is the easiest way to do that? Well, the easiest way to do that is to cool it down to near absolute zero. The same thing that was going on with that cryogenic cooling with Francesco Piantelli, okay? You cool it down, and that means you have the wave description of the matter at the same wavelength, and because it's on a substrate, they all become in phase, and that produces coherent matter. That is a Bose-Einstein condensate. It wasn't until recently that I found that you could do that at any temperature. And that is in the patent. I think it was published in 2013. It was applied for in 2011, I think. And it's called Systems and Methods for Generating Coherent Matter Waves by one Lockheed Martin Corporation.
Okay.
And when you look at that patent, and this was the first blog article, public blog article that I had on my blog, which you can follow this whole story of rediscovery. It's on remoteview.icu, and that's the very first blog article. And if you look at what they say that they can do with this technology, they can extract energy from, they call it single bath thermal extraction. That means you've got a bath where all of the water is at the same temperature, and you can take that energy out and bring it into another location. That would be like magic, because normally you need a thermal gradient. But this technology can do that. And what it does is they have many point electrodes, and they do charge separation, and they do a high current pulse, just what was being done by John Hutchison. And the description of how they initiate their structures, these toroidal donut structures, is exactly the same as defined in Ken Shoulder's patents for what he eventually called exotic vacuum objects. Now, a normal vacuum object, these things are like your electrons, protons, and neutrons, right? This is an exotic vacuum object. Therefore, it is a self-sustaining, stable entity in the vacuum, which is not the normal thing that we're all used to, right? And this is the core of concepts like plasmoids and ball lightning, okay? And the term plasmoid was developed by one Winston Bostick, and he was given he was charged with converting the hydrogen bomb into domestic fusion. And it was called Project Sherwood, and he was working at Princeton University, he was working at Los Alamos National Laboratory, he was managing this whole thing. And what he was doing is he had a titanium deuterated electrode, very high, 10,000 amp instantaneous current pulses, vaporizing that titanium with the deuterium in there, producing a current loop and a current counter loop in plasma. They were launched against each other over a magnetic field, and they came together, and then they started spinning around each other. And by 1957, he said this could be the model of all matter from the inside a nucleus all the way up to galaxies. And we have found that he was not lying. And so this, what he doesn't know at that point, and has never said, because he finished his work in 1980, producing impact marks, which were tori, made of spokes, which were other tori of tori, producing a toroidal moment. He never discussed the fact that this could produce a toroidal moment. Neither did Ken Childers, because it wasn't known in the West when these people were there. But they were using it. And so your question is, was this known in the past? Well, we have the Baghdad battery, we have salt water, we have turbulence, and I think it was known in the past because you can see one example, which is the longest unsolved palindrome. It's like the original meme of the ancient world. It's called the Rotas Sator Square. It was called the Templar Magic Square at one point. But when you break it down with this understanding, you end up by saying the divine creator from alpha repeatedly to omega understands and works with whirlwinds. And this was found in Pompeii. So it's assigned to Christianity for many years, because if you look at it, it spells the word paternoster twice in a cross, and then it has alpha and omega twice. You can break it down like that. But it's pre-Christianity. There we go. So we got it up on the screen, yeah. So this is the Rotas Sator Square. And basically what you have in this is you have 4 sub-Tor structures around the main Tor structure. But this is the one from Pompeii, yes. So that is the original one. And it rather than Sator Rotas, it's Rotas Sator. And of course, one is the swastika, and the other one's the sovastika. Living in Pompeii at this time was a lot of Jewish people. And of course, because Jewish read from the top right and then down, they read top right and read left and then down. I have 2 Jewish nieces, and it has occurred to me when she'd come to visit me, and then she was reading her Wizz Air flight, and I was thinking, oh my God, it reads the other way, doesn't it? And it's down. And I suddenly realized that this is why they were writing it like that. It's the same thing. But and so you have 4 quadrants in there where they're rotating in opposite directions. So, and then the tenet, the thing that does not change, is in the middle. And when you understand that, you understand that this had to have been known in the ancient world, because I think this is about 165 to 260 Common Era, Anno Domini. The one in Pompeii, I think it's around about 40 AD to 60 AD. So if you're asking, did old people know this?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. And the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
And let's go to Egypt for a second then. And so talk to me about the Great Pyramid and how this technology may have been used at that location. And maybe start off with, how old do you think the Great Pyramid is?
I think the pyramid is pre-Ice Age. Okay. I think it was from the last cycle. It might have even been from a previous cycle. I believe because the technology is eternal, I think if you are living and working with nature, you will learn this technology before you learn the modern world that we live in. And it is a better, more harmonious technology because it works in the way that nature works. So, as I'm describing, pushing a plate through water, that produces a vortex and an anti-vortex, okay? There was a guy called Anaximander. You can pull him up. I think he's like 600 before Christ.
Is this Egypt?
He was studying nature. He's like the first guy to study nature, but he was also studying Egypt.
Okay.
Right? And they came up with the ionic columns, which are a vortex and an anti-vortex at the capital of a column. It's in the Ionian period of architecture. In fact, ions come from Faraday putting two electrodes in some water and seeing a spiral one way around one electron and a spiral around the other, and a polymath came in and said, oh, that looks like an ionic column. So ions became called in electrical plasma are called ions because of the ionic column, and the ionic column came about because of Anaximander, the first person in thousands of years ago to study Egypt and nature, came up with that type of architecture.
Okay.
And so if you look at the Masonic order, as far as I understand it, my father was a senior Mason. One of the first things they get you to look at is Egyptian architecture, right? And I haven't published this yet, and I will do, but I believe that a person that actually made the Rotas Zeta Square learnt the importance of that when his family was running Egypt. And he brought that, and he witnessed something. In fact, his father died because of a water spout, because there's a lot of water spouts that occur in that region, around Greece and Italy and stuff. And he was on his way back from Rome, having basically managed the place. And if you imagine this is thousands of years ago, he would have had access to materials and understanding that we can't even imagine, because it's all been so corrupted and removed. Like you go to the Met, you go to the museum in Germany, in Berlin, you go to the British Museum, and there's all these incredible artifacts that are now not where they are. At least they're safe. But you imagine what it was like 2,000-3,000 years ago. If you were to go there, you would find out much more information. And I think that's what the Crusades was doing. They were going to find out what the Holy Grail was, and they were going, because this is just under 1,000 years ago and ran for 150, 200 years or whatever. So you had the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitalier, and they went there. If you go and visit these places, like in Rhodes, and you go to Cyprus, and you go to Malta, you will see artifacts that are from Egypt and from the Levant. And so all of these people, even the Germanic people prior to the Second World War and during the Second World War, they were going to these places. Everyone was going to Egypt to find what the magic was, because not just because of Jesus and so forth, but and the Muslim traditions and stuff, because it seemed to be that all of this, there was a hidden magic going on there. And it's not magic. It's just science. So the pyramid is the outlier, the Great Pyramid. It has an internal structure that's unlike any others, and it's been an immense mystery. And what I realized is that this particular magnetohydrodynamic structure, this hydrodynamic structure that with charged separated material becomes a magnetohydrodynamic structure, this leads to a structure that has a very specific form. And it's exactly and precisely the form of the human face and the human body in all of its proportions. The way it works, the golden ratio, the golden, the vortex. It's basically the owl, the face of an owl, which is the symbol of Delphi, which is where all of the people went in ancient times to learn when they should go to battle, when they should plant their crops. And this, the Oracle of Delphi is the double epsilon, which is the symbol of the plasmoid, is the symbol of ball lightning, and it is the symbol that does all this magic, right? All this magic, and it's pre-Christ. Okay, so there was something going on between Mesopotamia, the Levant, the Semitic regions, and the Arabic regions, and the Egyptian regions, where this knowledge was clearly understood. But was it clearly understood after the cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, the Ice Age, and the Flood? I think the pyramid was put there to give us a message. And I never expected to be able to find what I found. I derived a structure from looking under the microscope at many experiments. A structure that we can now, there's an experiment you can go and do. It's called Ultra. You need a $35 to $40 ultrasonic denture glasses jewelry cleaner. You need an old 10 CD cake box top, right? They still get those. You can still get them in some computer shops or online. And then you need aluminium kitchen foil. There's that word again, aluminium kitchen foil. And you put that in there, and you have water above with the polycarbonate above that, and then you have the water column below, and the sonotrode is below that, and it produces a standing wave of sound in there. And the aluminium foil moves to one of the nodes, and either side transverse, you get perfect yin-yang structures forming. And on the yang side, the matter is torn apart, and it goes through a wormhole and appears in the yin side, and it assembles that. So, for instance, I've shared this at many presentations. On one side, it's stripping oxygen out of the aluminium, leaving behind boron element. And you see the boron crystals exactly in this particular part of the structure. And then it goes over to the other side where it produces a bar spiral galaxy shape. Winston Bostick was correct. This is the thing that does everything. And inside the same mirror side of that, in the yin part of the structure, you get heavier elements. In this case, calcium, even silver, but calcium, let's say calcium. Some of the isotopes of calcium are aluminium plus oxygen. Now, there's no boron on the yin side, and there's no calcium on the yang side. So it's not a contaminant that's caught in the vortices on either side. Now, the same thing, believe it or not, in my view, is going on with the pyramid, just on a bigger scale. Now, what is that? This shape of the face, the vortex, the anti-vortex, the Sothic triangle, and the point of destruction, which is between here and down, if you open your mouth, right? We are built in the image of the technology that runs the universe. We are built in the image of the technology that runs the universe. All sentient beings, pending gravity and local environmental conditions, will end up looking like us, regardless of the place that they exist on. If you overlay this magnetohydrodynamic structure, and bearing in mind it's a vortex and an anti-vortex, and they overlay in the hydrodynamic sense to make a Vesica Pisces, the first symbol of the Christian church. The second symbol of the Christian church is you take the two circles that meet in the middle, which is 1/2 of the radius in, okay? That has, if you split it so that you just have two half circles, and then you have the flux going through. It's a vortex going through, and it comes out, and basically that is chi rho. Cairo. That is assigned to Christos. So the Greeks, who had this as ball, but they called it thunderbolt coins, and they literally have the chi with two spots there. It's the model of ball lightning. It's the model of plasmoid. Okay, this was 300, 400 BC, before Christ. They had the symbol of how the technology works on coins in Macedonia prior to Christ. And so when Jesus came along and he was doing all the stuff that you should be able to do with this technology, and someone knew it, they go, give it. They also had the caduceus, which is a vortex going into a cup. And you see this in the structures we produce in the laboratory. And in the center, the magnetic center, you get a hollow sphere where the nuclear reactions occur, the transmutations, the conversion of one element to another. Inside that sphere, it's an iron-rich crenellated microsphere. It looks like a brain, but in a sphere, and it's made of iron and oxygen in a very bizarre ratio, okay? And so that point, the center of that sphere, is exactly on the grand step, the great step in the great gallery, the gallery in the pyramid. And these two circles, they actually overlay one in front of the other, okay? One, in experiments, we see one looks a little bit bigger than the other because one's actually more out of the structure and the other one's behind. The one that's out of the structure is the grand gallery side of the pyramid, which is facing north. it is important that it's facing north-south because this is an electrodynamic structure, right? It uses the magnetic field of the Earth in order to capture it, to work with what it works with. And we'll come on to what it's working with. But so the way this would work is it produces a toroidal moment.
The way that it did work, right?
It probably works to a degree anyway. Mm-hmm. All you need is moisture in there, and it will kind of want to work all the time. But it's missing, in my view, a very key component.
But the pyramid itself, you think, was functional back during the Ice Age?
Definitely functional.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. It's a machine.
Yep.
It's a machine that has probably many uses because it would produce either, well, what I'd like to do is to talk about consciousness, the medium through which that can manifest, the Akashic record, the spirit, and stuff. So I'd like to segue around about now into that whole process. But to understand why you need this particular electrodynamic structure and you need the toroidal moment is that protons have a toroidal moment, but protons have got charge, so you can manipulate them with charge. Electrons have a toroidal moment, but they have what's actually called an anapole. If you go and look up Ryan, anapole, Zakov-Yeldovich, he actually discovered this, which is the basic toroidal moment bearing structure, which is a stable exotic vacuum object. Not an exotic vacuum object, a normal vacuum object. So all vacuum objects that are stable will have a toroidal moment, okay? And there are charged particles like electrons or protons, which you can interact with using charge. But you can't interact with toroidal moment bearing structures like relic neutrinos. But if you look at the mass of the universe, and if you've got Alexander Parkhomov's book with you.
Not with me.
No. Oh, okay. So basically, Dr. Alexander Parkhomov, I mentioned earlier, he worked on the Soviet psychic spy program. And during that, he learnt skills that enabled him to detect a form of radiation that he initially called N radiation. And when he realized that it was able to force the beta decay of nuclear isotopes that have a normal beta decay, so that's changing the decay rate, which shouldn't be possible, he realized that it must be a neutrino-like substance, okay? And so, so basically what you've got there on the right is you have oscillating electric current loops. There's 4 on the right-hand side. They're the poloidal blue arrows, as we showed in the previous structure. And then you have that's a toroidal dipole. So effectively, you've got a toroidal moment there, and you've got the magnetic field as a green line, and then you've got the current loops. Okay, in the top part of the stuff feeding it in, you've got an electric dipole. Now, when you oscillate the poloidal electric currents in the toroidal dipole structure below, in phase with the electric dipole in the top part, and you combine those two structures, and they oscillate, what happens is they both produce electromagnetic waves, but they cancel, they out at a fixed distance. And outside of that distance, there is no electromagnetic waves emitted. And that's it's basically an event horizon. It's called the non-radiating boundary. It does not emit electromagnetic waves beyond there. But you still have what's called the vector and scalar potential. I won't go into those. People can look it up, okay? But basically, there is a thing that comes out of that which you can interact with, or it sends messages. And also, that structure will have an oscillating toroidal moment. Now, that is the basic anapole. That does not have the next fractal tier. When you get the toroidal moment structure on the left, when you get that and you make another ring of it, and then you get another ring made of those rings, that wheel within a wheel within a wheel structure. And if you can pull that image up from my practical applications of the fractal toroidal moment presentation, so anyone will do. Yeah, this one here. So this was derived. If you actually go to the slide before, Yeah, so this is the actual Hutchison sample, and in the 6 images there that you can see in the top right, you can see the yang and the yin. Little circles, and then there's 2 angles looking at the next quanta up, which is like you can see the apple core in the center of the structure on the left, and then in the center image on the bottom line where I'm pointing my finger, that is looking down the apple core from the top. Okay, so that is actually the same structure of the next quanta up. So that is the smaller substructures top right, rotated 90 degrees to make a ring, and then you take that medium-sized structure and you rotate that 90 degrees, and you can see that it has these spokes coming out. That's the 48 spokes that are going around the outside. That leads to your wheel within a wheel structure. And if you can imagine the smallest subquanta in there, that is self-similar to the bigger subquanta. These are impact marks on fused quartz from a plasma reactor. And you can see there's a 6-point order structure there. There's a swastik 4-point structure above, and there's something like with 15 substructures there. These are the physical manifestations of the collapse wave function. You've got something like 15 on the left. You've got 32 in the top middle, and on the top right, if that was a full ring, that would be 48. And you can see that split ring on the top right, that has actually got 6 substructures in it. Okay? So that is already a wheel within a wheel within a wheel. It ends up, it would always be tori when it's in the coherent matter state. But when it collapses, it has to go into ordinary crystal structures. So it ends up being like a hexagon at that point on the right-hand side of the top right image. That's the substructure. Now, all of those structures are made of calcium and oxygen. Why? Oxygen, calcium, and calcium oxide are all paramagnetic. They can live inside this incredibly magnetic structure. And the bottom left, you see carbon and copper. That's the carbon in black, and the copper is in sort of the white, silvery looking thing. They are diamagnetic, so they orbit around this structure. They're still carried with it, but they're not in the structure. My initial understanding was a phase singularity, that little black spot in the top right-hand structure, top left-hand structure, rather. And you see the vortex coming in, and you see the overall infinity symbol that goes around the vortex and the anti-vortex. Okay, that came to me in a vision in January 2018 whilst I was sleeping. Most of my insights come in between a state of sleeplessness between being asleep and awake. Right, it's when you're in the zone of being able to use your consciousness and but not be crowded out by reality, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. So the one below that is what I derived from that John Hutchison sample from 2007. And then the first structure that we observed of the collapsed toroidal moment structure is in the middle. I sent those 3 images to my Russian colleague and people that I've worked with over and interacted with over many years. And they sent back this paper that contained this particular structure, and that you see is this like a copper braided hairband in the towards the right. This one here, yeah. And that is a tor of a tor of a tor of a tor, okay? Made in one single piece of wire. And there's a very specific region they do that, but that was in the biology of life. And this was a guy called Zverblis. And Zverblis went to visit a Moscow basement in 1988, and he was shown classified Soviet energetics technology. And so that was sent back to me within 10 or 15 minutes without comment, this paper in Russian, when I sent those 3 images on the left. And basically the Russians threw in the towel. They go, he's worked it out, so there we go. and it's like, and you know when you're on the right track, because nature cannot lie. Each of the things that you see on the left were derived from observing what nature was doing. It wasn't telling a lie. It was trying to send a message. And then we got the electrodynamics. Now, as I described in 2020, the structure in the bottom left, in this paper from Zverblis, he describes a current loop in the top right-hand corner, A. You rotate that current loop 90 degrees and you make a magnetic loop. That's B, simple. And then on the bottom, you have a loop of magnetic loops, okay, which is a wheel within a wheel within a wheel. Now, that is an extension of Maxwell's electrodynamics. And in 1992, it was published by another guy, Russian brilliant physicist and mathematician, Nevesky, in the Journal of Electricity. And he was trying to explain what Zverblis had seen. And he didn't mention it because it was 1992. So you had all these brilliant Russian scientists and all their funding had been pulled. And in Zverblis' paper, he says, this was all classified, but what the hell, what are they going to do to me now? The state's broken. So he felt bold enough. But Nevesky actually published the electrodynamics from that, which he had calculated in 1988. Why? Because when Zverblis visited this Moscow basement in 1988, they showed him a coil similar to the one you see there. And they were putting 30 AC hertz through that. Now, in Russia, it's 50 AC. So there's no harmonic that would be 30 AC. So that's why it was chosen. And he brought in a special device called a flux magnetometer. And it detects very subtle changes in magnetic field. And when they put it in the center of the device, they saw an oscillating magnetic field. Then they turned the power off. And they could still see an oscillating magnetic field. And then they moved the device to the other side of the room. And in the point of space where the center of that structure was, for 2 days, there was an oscillating magnetic field. What is that? It's called an electromagnetic phantom. It's a quantum object. It is an exotic vacuum object. It's a thing you can detect. You cannot see it through normal electromagnetism. Subtly you can see the effect when you're inside it. You can't see outside it. You can push yourself into this vacuum current structure. And that is what happens and why. If you've got electricity running through a wire, energy dissipates through a thing called the pointing vector. If you've got energy going through a coil, pointing vector comes off, dissipates. Coil made into a coil, energy comes off and dissipates. But if you have a coil of a coil of a coil, a wheel within a wheel within a wheel, the pointing vector goes into a loop. And if you put energy in, it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And there was a scientist called David Freiberger who did the same mathematical treatment, similar to, in 2009 to explain ball lightning in a national lab in 2001-2002 that was appearing in a superconducting chamber. And he was asked, because he was a ball lightning expert, what was going on. And he did a similar treatment to Nevesky. And he says, basically, this will cause energy to accumulate to a point where it causes matter to fall apart. Right. So you have a technology which is able to pull matter into, and in this case, electrons. So the electrons can come in. They're not able to occupy the same space-time. They come into this phase singularity in the center of that toroidal moment structure, and they start to become a Bose-Einstein condensate. So when that happens, you can have 2 electrons occupying the same space as another 2 electrons ad infinitum. And so you build up the intensity of the magnetic field. You get, at the phase singularity, a pseudo-magnetic monopole, whatever. It also has a toroidal moment that can interact with stuff that is far more abundant in the universe than all of the ordinary matter we see. And this comes down to what is going on in the Great Pyramid. The pyramid is interacting with almost certainly water that would be in the bottom chamber.
The subterranean chamber.
The subterranean chamber was probably only initiated with a well so that they could raise the local water table to switch on the pyramid. Okay. And that's all you would need to switch on this solid state device. Okay. What happens is the toroidal moment goes in. Now, if you look at some of my presentations, I often refer to a water spout. And the water spout is off the coast of Florida. It's a NOAA image from 1969. And it has a vortex coming into the center. And it's nowhere near the prevailing wind directions because they put smoke flares down and they're going off at a different angle. But the water is levitating up. Why? We'll come to that. But basically, the toroidal moment can interact with the toroidal moment of dark matter. And dark matter is then over-energizing the water so that then the polar molecules, the weak polar bond, separates and it becomes just water gas. Not boiling. It's just slightly overexcited so they can't stick together and be water. They're water gas. Okay? Water gas is 1,617 times bigger. You don't need a lot of water to produce a lot of water gas. And forget about boiling. This isn't what's happening. It's turning to water gas. That then goes up into, and because it's a gas, it can go through little cracks and whatever. And it goes up and it produces a beautifully humid environment in the ascending passage. Now, when I overlaid the sacred geometry structure, this is the magnetohydrodynamic structure. The ball lightning boundary is the non-radiating boundary. You can see that when you align it, the affected areas are only in the yin and the yang. Okay? I've got the north facing left in this particular image. And the subterranean area is exactly where the triangle is. So I showed this to Matt and Ryan last night. Right, so you can see how it lines up. Now, actually, the toroidal clusters that I've drawn there, they actually shrink in a golden ratio scale. But even without shrinking, the substructure, toroidal structure, is its bottom is exactly and precisely on the notchway that I saw in December the 26th, 2021, when I was standing on the Great Step. You can see it I take a video and I saw this notchway. And that notchway, in my view, would have Aswan highly radioactive. It contains thorium and uranium granite. And that granite then would produce alpha, beta, gamma, and X-rays from the decay products of thorium and decay processes of thorium and uranium. And what goes in there is the water is then hit by these highly energetic particles and photons and splits into hydrogen and oxygen. And then comes a different concept. You are literally going to split the hydrogen into something which is not really recognized. And this comes out of Russian research from actually Dubovik and another guy called Alexander Shishkin. I talk about this. You can go and see videos. Look at the video, a new kind of penetrating radiation. But before we go there, go down to the other images. There's other images looking at the other side. This is the inside of that sample that I showed you last night. And you can see how ridiculously precisely the metal is laid down on the iron plate with the sacred geometry structure. Okay? So what you are seeing in there is a little hard to see, but the finger of God, which is the tornado, reaches down into the subterranean layer. So you can see that black area is reaching down into the disruption zone. So we're on the backside of that piece of brass. And so this may not be the best we could ever make this, but we could run this experiment again, and over a period of time, you'd know how to make a great pyramid. You'd know where every thing needs to be. And it's so utterly precise.
How does the great void, fit into this?
You see the white circle on the left. Inside there, you have the fractal n-1 tor. So that's the substructure below the big tor that goes around in the horizontal plane. Okay? You can see the subdivisions in there. There's quite a few subdivisions, 48 subdivisions in there. Now, you only need 2 subdivisions, and one is resting between the area above the slotway and the top of that chamber. On the other side, where you would need at least one more substructure, that would be resting on the bottom of a mirrored chamber, mirrored along the whatever it is, the 26 point whatever degree angle of the rate of climb of the Grand Gallery. So you would need another one necessarily there, because what you need is for the hydrogen to leak through into there, through the loose structure of the internals of the pyramid, to be also treated in the same way that I'm about to describe. Okay? And that would then produce your ether vortex. Now, the ether vortex, in my view, is created out of dark matter. Specifically, one candidate is relic neutrinos. These are a real thing. They could constitute up to 2% of the mass of the universe. Okay? There's only 0.4% of the visible universe that is actually ordinary matter that you and I are made of, and all the stars in the heavens. If you add in the mass of black holes and the interstellar non-visible plasma, you're talking around about, what is it? It's about 4% or something in total, right? All of the dark matter constitutes 22%. So whether you're looking at the neutrino to visible matter ratio, or you're looking at the dark matter to visible and non-visible matter, you're looking at maybe a 4 or 5 to 1 ratio. So there's much more of that stuff, but we can't electromagnetically interact with it. But the dark matter in the form of toroidal moment, so dark matter in the form of relic neutrinos can be interacted with through the toroidal moment, and that sucks this structure in. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, dark matter, 21% they've given there. Okay?
So what were they doing in the pyramid? What were they creating?
So the water comes up, and then it gets punched, and it converts into hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen is much a lighter gas than oxygen. So like ice floats on water or oil floats on water, it's lighter, it goes to the top. Like helium in a balloon makes the balloon go up because it's lighter, right? So the oxygen then goes and settles exactly and precisely in the bar. So if you go back to my image structure there, if you go back, so this one will do, yeah. you see where the bottom of the second circle inside from the big circle. So you've got the one that makes the Vesica Pisces.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Chi Rho one, the two inner circles. The bottom of the smaller circle lines up with the top of the passageway that goes to the so-called Queen's Chamber. So you can see where the passageway goes into the Queen's Chamber. And you see just above that passageway is the inside of the smaller of the two circles. So like it's not the apple-shaped one, if you can project that into 3D in your mind. Not the big circle on the outside. That's the glowing bit that you'll get. So you start with the big circle on the outside, the sphere, which is represented as a circle here. You come into the two circles that intersect with the Vesica Pisces, and then you come half that radius into that circle. The bottom of that circle on the left-hand side aligns with just above number 8 there in that image. And that's above, yes, that's exactly it. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Okay. So that's where the oxygen will go. The hydrogen will be above that in the Grand Gallery. Okay. And above the point of interaction, which is inside the little white circle on the left, there will be your hydrogen. And the hydrogen gets impacted by the gamma, alpha, beta, and X-rays that's coming out of that radioactive material. It goes like that, and it splits it into protons, electrons, and something else, which, according to 9 years of work at the nuclear facility in Dubna, is a condensed toroidal cluster of relic neutrinos. It also causes beta isotopes to decay, and it's neutral. In fact, it can travel through ordinary matter because it's neutral, but it has a toroidal moment. And so what's happening is you have that Grand Gallery is 7 meters to the west from the center line. Very necessarily, that substructure, that large circle you see, that part of the magnetohydrodynamic structure is overlaid on the other one. And it's overlaid, and that's why you have it 7 meters. The King's Chamber goes into the west, and the sarcophagus is almost at the end of the west. And when I was in that chamber, fortunately, because of the global nonsense that happened a few years ago, I was in the position where I was able to spend a long time with no one else in the so-called King's Chamber. And I like to take angles of photography that might reveal future down the line some interesting things. And when I was in there, I saw this carving on the top edge. And I took a fantastic 50 megapixel image with the Sony Alpha, incredible quality, showing an alpha. The interesting part about that is someone else then published, before I published it, that they'd seen that. But my images are literally spectacular quality, right? And I can share that with you. Yeah. But this alpha on there is at the point that if you go back to some of the other experiments that I showed you, the yin-yang structure on the aluminium foil where I said the calcium was being formed, right? It's in the fractal toroidal moment presentation. On the right-hand side, inside the golden ratio line, inside the Vesica Pisces, you see on the right-hand side the boron crystals in the center of that structure, but onto the top, right? In the left-hand side, you see a bar spiral galaxy shape in the center of the yin, and inside the golden ratio line, that is the beak of the owl, right? The Delphic owl. You see some matter that's aggregating. Now, that point there, what you're seeing on the right is facing east. That is the Grand Gallery side, where matter is being torn apart. On the left-hand side, you see the matter area where matter is being assembled into heavier elements. Now, if you have this cluster of relic neutrinos, which is neutral, it goes through the wormhole, through the matter, and it appears as reborn matter in the sarcophagus at the point of the alpha. And if you overlay, and I've done this in other presentations, if you overlay the pyramid exactly and precisely where the new matter is born at a denser level, I don't know whether it's actually in one of these, it might be, I don't know. But exactly and precisely where the new matter is born is where the sarcophagus is. And it's so precise, it cannot possibly be guesswork. It's utterly exact where the new matter... Now, what is the new matter?
Right.
Well, I showed you a sample last night of a piece of brass, which we've shown the pyramid overlaid to. When in other experiments, we've seen this too. The spin nuclei, that is odd nuclei elements. So copper is 63 and 65 nucleons. So this has spin, and that gets pulled by the toroidal moment, the subvortices, and it goes through the wormhole and onto the other side. The zinc in the brass only 67 does, because that's the only spin nuclei of brass. Of zinc in brass, and that gets pulled over. So you see the 4.11% of zinc on one side, but very low proportion when it's nearly like for like, or 60-40%, whatever it is in the brass that you're using. There's different ratios, but anyway, you get mostly copper on one side. Now, if you project that to the pyramid is constructed of calcium carbonate in the form of limestone and marble. Limestone internally, marble on the outside. Why? Why do you need marble on the outside?
There's marble. I thought it was torrid.
Whatever it is, it's very fine and highly polished, and it has very little gaps.
Yeah.
Why?
It's a specific type of limestone, is my understanding. Yeah.
But the point is, it can produce very sharp edges and very fine surface. And my belief is that prevents. And actually, there's a guy called Dunn. He has a theory about
Chris Dunn. Yeah, he's been on the show.
Oh, fantastic! Mm-hmm. So you'll know that he believes it's like a hydrogen generator or something like that. It does generate hydrogen. Yes, it does, definitely, 100%. We agree, right? And you need that capstone. I mean, when I say capstone, it's the stone all over the outside of the pyramid.
The casing stone.
The casing stone, that's the correct term. To produce a barrier to the hydrogen, you need a seal, right? Now, it's constantly being produced when you raise the local water level into the original chamber down there. It will come up and the machine will start switching on, because at this point, nothing happens. You raise the water into the point of disruption. On the left, you see one of these structures electrodynamically created in Neil Crichton Gold's Lion experiment. That's a yang. It has a hole in the center. It's projecting energy out. On the right, you have this is a guy called Dr. Roshan Amaza, and it's a yin structure. And you see that little sphere that's down the bottom? That is strontium. It shouldn't be there. It's only meant to be tungsten. And that little dark area on one side only is diamond film. It's tearing that matter apart. Why? Because it's depressurizing it like a deep sea fish. The pressure is from the etheric matter, the relic neutrinos. We don't feel the atmosphere around us because we are made to be in this atmosphere. If you take a deep sea fish from the bottom of the depths of the ocean, you pull it up, it turns to water, turns to mush. It's used to having that pressure around. It exists in that environment. What's happening here is it's depressurizing that matter, so it just falls apart. And it gets sucked into the vortex and the anti-vortex, and all of the elements in your body are generated in the structure above. And it's so precise. It's totally, exactly precise. So if you are just below, so see where that sphere is. If you go a little bit below there, so like take that sphere and you move it down twice the distance of that sphere to there. At that point, if the water level's there, the pyramid is not working. You raise the water level a millimeter into that zone and it starts to switch on. Ideally, you want it, and this is the notch in the Sothic triangle. And the notch in the Sothic triangle is the bottom of the ankh. They're always associated. And in fact, when you see images of how the pyramid works, they'll have the Sothic triangle, then the ankh, and then the ankh and the Sothic triangle. Why? Because one's a vortex and one's the anti-vortex. They're mirror images of each other. And when you actually look at the geometry on those pieces of art, one is slightly above the other, because that's how it works, as I've shown you in the hydrodynamic sense. They knew utterly and precisely how to do this magic, but it's not magic, it's just science, but it is how the universe works. And so if you could imagine your water's there, if this is able to tear apart tungsten, probably it's not even getting out as water gas, it's probably coming out as hydrogen, even probably atomic hydrogen and water. Now, if you go back to my image where I'm showing the structure overlaid, the pyramid structure overlaid, yes, here, right. Now, you can see where the ascending passage is, which they call this well. So 12, which is mirrored there. You've got the grotto at the ground level, and then it's dug down into the chamber. So you know that bit, right?
Yes.
If you zoom that on to where you see the non-radiating boundary, oh, you've done a fantastic job here. Right, make that full screen. This is brilliant. Well done, Ryan. Awesome guy. Right, so Can you see the non-radiating boundary is exactly and precisely just above the third granite slot in the ascending passage on the left-hand side? That's to stop people being destroyed if they go into the structure. Now, the new chamber that they found, which is an observation chamber that's on the left-hand side above the entranceway. It's you can't see it there. No, it's on the left-hand side outside of the non-radiating boundary. Yeah, it's somewhere there on the Scan Pyramids project. They found this. They announced it earlier this year, maybe last year, whatever. That, for me, is the observation to see if the pyramid is shut down. Because inside that dark chamber, you will see little micro ball lightning moving around, because the micro ball lightning like to get next to the non-radiating boundary of the very large ball lightning structure, which the pyramid is, right? So that you have one way to switch it on, and then you lower the water level in the water table, and over a period of time, it will shut down. But when it's operating, it will be the shining city on a hill. It'll be exactly that glowing thing that you have in Masonic lodges, where it's exactly and precisely. So I'm going to ask you to pull up an image in it, but I'm going to explain something here. If you have hydrogen and oxygen coming up the descending passage, it actually tries to go outside the non-radiating boundary, which is actually, it can't do. So when the pyramid is operating, the gases have to travel up the well. They have to. And they have to be moving around so that little kink is very, very deliberate. And see where the big circle on the bottom part of the structure, you see where it intersects? It's exactly and precisely at the point where the well changes angle and then goes down into the grotto. None of this is a coincidence. This is totally and exact science. Now, when I was talking about the isotopes, carbon, oxygen and calcium are almost entirely non-spin isotopes. There's only calcium-43. So, some calcium-43 will be extracted from the pyramid in minute quantities. There's a lot of it in there, even though it's a small isotope rate by ratio. And it'll come round and it'll be, because it is paramagnetic, and oxygen, which is also in there, is paramagnetic. The condensed etheric matter, which is neutral, will be traveled in a wormhole and will reappear in the sarcophagus. And I predict that when it's operating, after it's operated for a period of time, you will have mana, you will have muktva, you will have this white powdery substance collecting at the point of alpha and then a small area around it, filling up that chamber.
The sarcophagus.
The sarcophagus. Mm-hmm. And with this, it's like raw chi. Fantastically powerful. And it will allow you to, and if we can get onto that, that would be fantastic. It'll allow you to see through time and see it across time. Not forward, but you'll be able to predict the future better because you're looking at the balance of probabilities to see the future. But you'll be able to see across time and see back through time, all of time. It may do other things as well, like, rebuild the body and fix your telomeres or whatever. But the interesting part for me is a visionary substance, not a visionary wonky substance where like a psychedelic, which causes, and we can talk about that, your consciousness to not be tuned to your ego, to be broken, and you have to interpret all kinds of other information coming into your brain. This allows you to enhance your abilities, and because it's chi, the chi emits from your finger, the Holy Spirit, the raw prana that runs through everything. It will allow you to do all kinds of things that look like magic. It'll allow you to levitate. It'll allow you to teleport. All kinds of things that it's just insane.
To teleport spiritually or physically?
Physically.
Physically. Okay. And so it's ingested?
No. So here's the thing. Ball lightning. So if you look at Ken Shoulders, he says the simplest way to understand what an exotic vacuum object is because have you ever experienced where you've gone up across a nylon floor or you're wearing certain clothes, it's dry, and then you have a spark coming out of your finger and you go, oh, someone's got shot. Or you do it on a doorknob or some grounded object.
Yeah.
What's happening there is you have all charge on your body, and there's something that's flowing out of your body. And this forms the toroidal structure, and it produces a microball lightning coming out of your finger. But the flux is always coming out of your finger. And you can see this in Kirlian photography. So you put your hand down on a radiographic plate and you get your body charged, and you see these things coming out of the points. Why? Because you get a space charge increase at a point. And the points on your body that are most pointy for most people are your fingers, right? Now, when you have this coming out of your body and you go into this position, I mean, specifically this position, right? When you are meditating, you have these structures coming out producing an ether vortex, and you have these structures coming out producing an anti-ether vortex. That produces the magnetic loop here, or the toroidal moment through the center. And that is able to interact with the dark matter that is flowing into the earth, which is a model of gravity. And it's going into the earth. Why? It's going into the earth because normal matter is, as I said earlier, over 930 million electron volts. This component of dark matter that at least is a candidate for being involved in this process, called relic neutrinos, has been determined by Dr. Alexander Parkhomov, and everything that he did to determine that is in experiments you can replicate, and all the maths is in there if you choose to look at it in his book Space, Earth, Human. He shows that it's around about 0.25 to 0.28 of electron volts. Now, if you imagine steam, I mentioned earlier that water gas is 1,617 times larger at 100 degrees than water. If you imagine this stuff, Alexander Parkhomov said that the structures are in microns to millimeters, this is in a scale that is many orders of magnitude bigger than the nucleus of an atom. Okay? But the nucleus of atom in the form of the simplest, which is a proton in protium, the simplest form of hydrogen, that has 8 million electron volts. So how many times, if you're condensing that, like if you've got steam in a piston, yeah, and then that condenses to water, the piston gets pulled in like that, right? Mm-hmm. Imagine you've got all of this micro corpuscles, and it's like there was a theory in the, you can pull this up, it's the SAGE Lesage's gravitational theory, Ryan, if you can pull that up. And this was a theory that there was these ultra mundane corpuscles that were coming in from the cosmos, and they were it's a push model of gravity. Now they didn't understand that you could condense that into ordinary matter, and this was the understanding of gravity that Tesla believed basically until he died, regardless of what anyone else said. Yeah. If you have something that's acting like that condensing steam in a piston in a steam engine, but it's much more intense, it's going into a much smaller space with a much larger volume of the substructures. When it condenses, first it'll create energy, so you have an explanation for why the center of the Earth is warmer, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. It'll explain why the Earth has been growing. Like 900 million years ago, the day was 19.2 hours. 200 million years ago, it was 21 hours. Now it's 24 and getting longer, right? So you have an explanation for growth. It also explains why dinosaurs were bigger, because they literally weighed less. Mm-hmm. The actual mass was less gravity, so, right. So the more you increase the gravity, the more it pulls in this flux of matter. So a very old planet that's big will have little green men, which are little because they need to be little, because the chemistry doesn't support a bigger structure, but they might be more intelligent, mm-hmm. right? Mm-hmm. Because they have a higher flux of chi going through their body, right? Okay. And so you have this gravitational well, and it's a condensation. Yeah, so basically these are the corpuscles coming in from every angle, and the reason they're all going into a center point is because it's being condensed inside. Okay? Mm. So now here's the thing. If you have an electrodynamic structure, which is a toroidal moment... No, sorry, why are they all going in? It doesn't explain it here, by the way. But the reason they're all going into that central point is because inside the Earth, you have charge separation and hydrodynamics within the magma. And you've got the Coriolis forces, and the Earth is rotating. So all that leads to... And you've got the dynamo and so forth. So you actually have the structures, all the structures necessary inside the Earth to condense this material into ordinary matter, producing heat, producing all kinds of the growing of the Earth. Okay, so if that is occurring, then that matter has to go through you. It does go through you. It's weakly interacting. Now, that is pushing you on the ground. Now, there's a guy called Bob McElrath, and in 2008 to 10, he working at CERN Theory Group, he came up with a model of gravity. Going back to this push model of gravity, where you have this ultramundane corpuscles coming in, they are, in my view, these relic neutrinos. They have a toroidal moment. The pyramid will be generating a toroidal moment. The toroidal moment is able to capture chi in the form of these relic neutrinos. That is able to disrupt the water to such a degree that it falls apart. And then the radiation in the Grand Gallery in those granite blocks from Aswan will be able to create the there's a Russian called Shishkin. I mentioned him earlier.
The water falls apart, meaning it breaks into its components.
It at least breaks into water molecules, but I think it may be so intense that, just like I showed with the tungsten being separated into a strontium ball and then a carbon film, that it actually tears the atoms apart, but before it starts tearing the atoms apart, it's tearing apart the bonds between the oxygen and the hydrogen. So it's disassociating. If it hasn't done that by the time it gets into the Grand Gallery, then the radiation coming from the granite will do that. And so how do we know this? Well, when they are looking for people that are trying to create plutonium for making a normal type of plutonium nuclear bomb, not a hydrogen bomb, but in fact a hydrogen bomb often uses a plutonium trigger. You're breeding the plutonium from fissioning, the fission process in uranium. Okay, it's part of the product that comes out of that. And one of the other products that come out of that is krypton-85. And krypton-85 is a beta isotope, and I think it's 0.3% of the fission products of uranium. That goes into the environment, and it produces static electricity. Now, I asked people, a group of scientists, there might be 500 scientists, as there were in Switzerland last year, when I was talking about the Thunderstorm Generator and how that might work. I hadn't actually dealt with one, but I thought if it is working, it might be working through this process. I said, what is static electricity? And you have a room full of engineers, scientists, people with PhDs. Almost no one I've ever asked that question to actually knows what static electricity is.
Do they give an answer, or they just say they don't
Well,
know?
they normally talk about charge build up over here and then the release of charge from one potential to another. But that's not describing what static electricity is. That's the observables of static electricity, moving from one point to another. They might talk about hair sticking up on end or sparks coming out of your finger, which we discussed earlier. But essentially, the static electricity is, in my view, and this is in the view of Shishkin, it is this relic neutrino cluster, this fractal toroidal cluster, that can capture things with toroidal moments like protons and like electrons. If it captures electrons and they don't get condensed into the structure completely, you end up with a negative static electricity, negative charged static electricity. If they've got net positive ions, they have positive static electricity. Tesla went to the desert because it was dry, and he put up a pole very, very high to collect static electricity. So did Henry Murray. These are famous figures in the story of potential free energy sources. The neutral form is where either the positive and negatives are balanced out, or the electrons are condensed so they don't express all of their charge and the positive are balanced out by that, or there's no electrons or protons there. So static electricity is the entire key to this whole thing. So the way they detect whether people are trying to make nuclear bombs in uranium fission reactors is they see where there's more lightning, because it produces charge in the air, static electricity, that then discharges. And it's the krypton-85 that does this from the actual fissioning of it. And because it's a gas, it gets out and it produces this. So this structure is effectively static electricity. And when you start looking at all of these different technologies, they're all based on something which a lot of people don't understand. And when you are firing those gamma, those alpha, those X-rays and so forth, into beta particles from the uranium and the thorium and their decay products, they are causing static electricity in the Grand Gallery, and a proportion of that is neutral. And that will start producing an ether vortex inside the Grand Gallery. And what I predict when the scan pyramids eventually, I think the last data was from 2015, but when they eventually allow someone to drill a hole or a couple of holes from the top of the Grand Gallery, they will find, when they put a camera up and a light, they will probably find that it's the same as the Grand Gallery, but a kind of like at the same slope angle, but the mirror image, because that will be the other part of the substructure.
Mirror image vertically.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Of that. So whereas the Grand Gallery at the top goes up like that, it'll be going like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So and this is because the way the matter is pulled into the center of the vortex when it goes around the loop and comes out the other side. Now, because it's an ether vortex.
So if it's not, is that going to does your theory become implausible?
No.
Okay.
But I expect it to, for this reason. It at least needs to go down until it's below the other TOR to maximize the structure's ability to switch on. Because if you have hydrogen at the top, as well as hydrogen at the bottom, with granite in there, then it will be able to produce the anti-vortex to the vortex in the Grand Gallery, which will then produce that TOR, which will then produce this TOR, right? So if you want it to occur anyway, it's this TOR down here that has to force the other one to occur. And it's just a little harder to do that because neutrinos interact with electrons through their toroidal moment, but also there's this thing called the weak force. And this is how you have beta decay and electron capture. So, and neutrinos are in that process. So you have a neutron, it decays into a proton, an electron, and an antineutrino. Or if you highly polarize a proton, that can decay into a neutron, a positron, and a neutrino. So, like, there's ways to move between the two, and there's always a neutrino involved. Okay, and so cold neutrinos are able to do this, but they're not going at the speed of light, and they can interact with ordinary matter because they have a wavelength that means they're interacting with trillions of atoms at the same time, so the probability goes up. This is all in Alexander Parkhomov's book, Space, Earth, Human. And I have another book down here by one Alexander Parkhomov. This is the original book that he gave me when he revealed that he was still alive, and it's a signed copy. And this will be one of the rewards that will be on a Kickstarter that we're about to launch into a remastering of this book. Now, in his idea, matter can be transmuted and synthesized and desynthesized using ball lightning. He observed it. He shows how it works in this book to the best of his understanding. And he was talking in that last method I was talking about. You get an electron cluster that's so intense, the electric field, it causes polarization of the proton. The proton goes into a positron, a neutrino. The positron and the neutrino combine with the electron that's already there to make what he calls an iton. It's a quasi-particle, and they form clusters, and in the center you only get neutrons left. And so you end up with a gravity decay. But it's caused by electrons. Regardless, he says it's ball lightning. It is ball lightning. That's just his model of the ball lightning. And so we'd like everyone to participate in that Kickstarter. It'll be called Understanding the Transformational Magic of Ball Lightning.
So it was a successful experiment?
Many successful experiments and very simple experiments.
Did he record them? Do we have video?
We have video recording that was going to be thrown away before the project took interest in any work that he had to share.
Okay.
And so we have incredible imagery, and I can probably send you some images that you can show on the screen.
Great.
Some of these things are literal works of art, and they're from the 1990s. And he did these simple experiments with a lead foil, a lead electrode. He does pulses of electricity through there, and he gets these little lead spheres and out of the lead spheres you have emerging new elements. These are reborn elements through the process of what he calls electronuclear collapse. So This kind of thing is going on all of the time in the pyramid, whether it's the specific theory he refers to or not. It's creating a structure which is itself a model of ball lightning. It is the model of ball lightning. And if you go and can you look this up? Type in architecture. What do you call it? Eye of Providence, Ryan. And what we're looking for is the entranceway to the many hundreds of years old Masonic Lodge in Venezia. And you will be able to see. There we go. So when I showed you the model of the non-radiating boundary surrounding the pyramid and going under the ground, that you see where the pyramidion is at the top of the pyramid. That is outside. The Chi-Rho, the eye where you can see through space and time, is the all-seeing eye, right? This is literally the truth, in my view, right? To the best of my ability. That area around there will glow. It'll glow with an ethereal kind of glow, which is similar to that of ball lightning, because that's what it is. It's a macro structure. Plasma structures are scale invariant. This is just one manifestation of it. You see the glow on those other images there. You've got the glow around, the glow. You've got the glow there on the dollar note there, right? This is not a joke to people. This is how it works. So now you go back to my fractal toroidal geometry with the pyramid overlay. Can you pick up those images you picked from the GIF image earlier? So look at the pyramid. Look at the pyramidion sticking out on the two edges, right? The glow would come from those two. Now, if you could imagine that on the surface of each of the faces, the four sides of the Great Pyramid, you would end up with these disc sections glowing. But overall, from a distance, it would just seem like this glowing pyramid. Okay? And I think that the passages there are to release hydrogen. So the one that comes out to the top right and top left, those passages, But
they're sealed.
They are sealed now.
Yeah.
But when they put a thing in there was like a handle from one side.
There's Gant and Brink's door with the two nodes, the two copper nodes, and past that was the casing stones.
Yeah. So, but like the thing goes all the way out, right? So all you need to do is break the outer boundary, and hydrogen will find its way out through the leak.
Okay.
So if you the thing is.
Yeah, it is porous. Limestone is very porous.
It's porous, but I believe the casing stones will not be porous. And if you wanted, you could coat it inside or outside with animal fat or something, beeswax or whatever, if you were not competent at making your stonework. But I think they were competent at making your stonework.
And maybe that specific casing stone was a different material. Who knows? Who knows? They're gone.
Yeah. So the point is that like once you've looked through the chamber that they observed in the scan pyramids and then revealed this year, I think it was earlier or last year. That will show you the microball lightning that are outside the non-radiating boundary, because you won't see it in the air because there's not enough contrast. So you'll want to look through a little spy hole and see if you can see those things moving around. Then you'll know your pyramid is shut down because you lowered the water level. And then you don't want hydrogen in there. One, it'll asphyxiate you. And two, it's an explosion risk when you go in with your lantern, right? Mm-hmm. So you go and pop the cork at the top. It doesn't need to be properly sealed. It just, the hydrogen will come out of there. And do you know where? It means though the output of there is higher than all of the internal structures that you can ordinarily access. And that means it doesn't matter if there's hydrogen still in the top of the pyramid, inside all the cracks and crannies that are in that pyramid. You want it to be there, because you don't want to have to wait until all the pyramid is full up. If you want to start the pyramid again, you want to have most of the pyramid full of the hydrogen. You just want to have to fill the bit up between where those exhaust ports are, in my view, until it comes down to where it can start being below, where the left-hand side is, the inner tor is touching the top of the where the granite would be inserted into the Great Gallery or whatever. So that would be your switching off of the process. Now, I spoke to you last night when I was talking through this, that the subterranean layer was chamber.
Sure. Yeah. I like layer better, actually.
It's down.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't think that was carved. other than by the finger of God, the tornado that comes down and tears the matter out of there. And because it's so intense there, remember that's exactly the same point that you see this, how should we put it, this tungsten being torn apart. That is where the maximum flux is coming through there. Now, if you go back to my presentation that you had up earlier, Ryan, so on the left, you can see what's happening in a hydrodynamic vortex in A, and the depressurization in the Sothic triangle notch, which is the little white slug shape that you've got down in the bottom. That is in the same position as the Sothic triangle notch in D on the bottom left. That's in tungsten. So that is in plasma, magnetohydrodynamic, and in the top one, it's in water, magnetohydrodynamic. Then I'm showing you the overlay on top of the brass plate, and then the overlay on the iron plate that was sitting underneath that brass plate, and the material was moving from one side. And then I look to the subterranean chamber, and I pull it up to the right, and it's this very specific triangular shape. Now, outside of that is just brushed brass, okay? This is in the top right hand, where the blue spot is. I then look at that under the SEM, and what you see is a hexagonal array of pits. And if you go to the next image, that is James Clerk Maxwell's 1860s model of the ether on the right. And that is what happens at this point where the matter is disrupted and falls apart. So the copper is falling apart, and it's by these incredible intense vortices that are occurring. Now, if you take a superfluid and you spin it in a chamber, the water won't go round and produce a vortex. It'll start producing lots of individual vortices with a regular spacing, and they'll end up by producing a hexagonal array of spinning vortices, just as is shown by James Clerk Maxwell. So whatever it is that's disrupting the matter at that point is able to tear metal apart. Tear metal apart. So do you not think it's going to be able to separate water? I think it would be able to separate water.
Yeah.
We've shown it actually tearing an element apart into other element fractions. So this is able to, in that subterranean area, excavate the material there itself. All you need is to make the descending passageway and to make the well so you can control the turning on and off of the pyramid. Okay. And then the interaction of these etheric vortices, there's probably, when you close the door, so the door was like a big hinge thing, and they probably used animal fat to seal it, right? So, there's probably enough moisture in there, or they could just they could have thrown a few bowls around to get the thing going, or it would switch on, and they would know it switched on. They could look through that observation point. They can start seeing those little balls of lightning going around. And go, right, guys, don't climb up on the pyramid. You're going to get toasted. And when I say toasted, outside of that, there's no electromagnetic radiation. It's the non-radiating boundary, that circle that intersects with the sphere, just as it did in the Masonic Lodge from 400, 500 years ago, wherever it is in Venezia. Outside that, you're perfectly safe. When you go inside of that, you will get messed up, right? Unless you're in the fish bladder, the sacred place to be. And if you go back to where it is over the pyramid, yeah, so look where the Vesica Pisces is. The Vesica Pisces includes all of the King's Chamber, the Antechamber, and the Queen's Chamber. Absolutely precisely. So that is where, in that center line there, you have a vortex moving one way and have an anti-vortex moving the other way. And so they cancel each other out. So there's actually a perfect stillness in there. The still, quiet calm of the Chi Rho and the bit below. So I think the Queen's Chamber there will be a point of regeneration, but also potentially a point of freezing time. Because that might be the point in there where the flux coming up is exactly the same as the flux going down. Now, this comes on to how you perceive time. How do you perceive time?
Time I perceive as the present moment, here and now, always, eternal.
How do you perceive the passage of time? Because there's a significant importance to the passage of time. How do you perceive the passage of time?
Don't understand the question.
So I would argue that it's a rate of change of things. or a sensitization to things. So like if you have an apple and it's sitting on a table and you leave it for 10 months, it's going to decay, right? If you have a thought in your brain, there's a correlation between what's going on there. If you touch a hot surface, there's going to be a correlation with these processes. What is it? It's a chemical interaction. The signal sent up your neurons. You know, the apple is decaying through chemistry. Chemistry, in both cases, is relying on electron interactions. Electrons are spun and motivated by the life force, the chi. Now, how does this work? Shishkin, Karols, and Dubovik, and you can go and look these up on remoteview.icu, they show that this condensed cluster of relic neutrinos, this actually has an ability to pull in the relic neutrinos from the environment, and it comes into the center of that toroid, and it forms a relationship with the electrons. So the question I had earlier was, in my life, was how do the electrons keep spinning? They answer this by saying that all of these relic neutrinos that were supposedly left over from the birth of the universe, it's not necessary for that, but if that's the case, then that's okay. They're all just a little under 2 Kelvin. So you can go and look up relic neutrinos on Wikipedia and you can see that this is true. I think it's about 1.96 Kelvin. That's very, very close to nearly absolute zero. That's how they can form a condensate where the wave function, like the Bose-Einstein condensate, is the same wave function through the whole universe. They're effectively one thing. You input information into that, and it's available at all points of the universe instantaneously without any time delay, right? And because it's a superfluid, it will always echo that information for all of eternity, okay? So you have this thing in the atom, and it still has energy. It's non-zero. It comes in, and if the electrons need a bit of energy, it extracts a very little bit of energy and keeps those electrons spinning. If it has too much energy, it'll push through the relic neutrino condensate and it'll push that energy out into the condensate. So the bulk condensate on the outside, the ether, let's say. So you have an interplay where the atom can keep spinning. Okay? This is also going on where you can over-energize material with this flux going through. So if the atoms are kept spinning with this energy, and you put too much energy through, then the atom can either get too excited so it can't maintain a polar bond, or it can't maintain a chemical bond, or it may actually fall apart. And it's about the flux of chi, the flux of the prana, the Holy Spirit. You need to take no more than you need. And these are teachings that Jesus, would teach. Only take what you need, don't take any more. And that is the way to work with nature. So that aside, I believe the pyramid is doing that, and it's disrupting that calcium carbonate that's down there in the subterranean chamber in the same way that a water spout causes water to be levitated. And this comes on to the concept of levitation. And
so they created this substance that would show up in the sarcophagus in the king's chamber, and they would use that for to be able to see past and to see future and to be able to understand what were they doing.
So I spoke. There's a device called the Integratron, which I believe was a device to simulate what the pyramid does in terms of being able to see through. And so Graham Hancock was talking about, I've been in the pyramid, I've stood on the where the pyramidion would have stood, and you feel differently there. You feel energized and so forth. And he's not the only person to have reported that. If you go to remoteview.icu and go to the Integratron, and if you can pull that up, Ryan, basically, you have an ability, everyone has an ability, to write information into this superfluid condensate of relic neutrinos and or potentially other dark matter through the action of toroidal moment. Now, how do we know this? Well, I suspected this when I was doing experiments. I was going near these cold fusion experiments, these low-energy nuclear reaction experiments, and I'm on video in 2015 saying, I literally feel weird and difficult to think when I'm close to these experiments. Okay, so I came to the conclusion that the experiments, how they were manipulating matter, was something similar to what's going on in consciousness, because, presumably I'm conscious, right? And so I said this, and then in June the 15th last year, at Sydney Technical University, they did some studies using functional magnetic resonance imaging on subjects in a conscious state doing cognitive tasks. And what they found was that oxygen in hemoglobin makes oxygenated blood, and that gives you a diamagnetic state of the blood. If you have it deoxygenated, it's paramagnetic. And using functional magnetic resonance imaging, you can see magnetic vortices and antivortices during conscious state doing cognitive tasks, and they can image them on the brain. And so there's a paper published in a mainstream journal where they show this. And if you've got a magnetic vortex and an antivortex, that produces the toroidal moment. So they don't discuss the toroidal moment. They probably don't even know what a toroidal moment is. But whether they like it or not, what they have demonstrated is that the brain can interact with the toroidal moment of the condensate, the chi, the life, the force, the prana that goes through us and is in all matter in the universe and is everywhere at the same time. So imagine that if we all were interacting in exactly the same way, there would be no you or me. There would be no ego. There would be no identity of self. So there must be something that allows for difference. Now, I just need to check my facts here to get I need to credit the right name here. So let me just get this right. There is a theory of consciousness called the Penrose-Hamerhoff method. So Penrose gets a double mention in this stream. And this is the idea that inside every neuron, there are things called microtubules, millions of them, in every neuron, in every brain cell in your brain. Okay, there we go. So you've got microtubules there.
This is the answer to the question, what were they doing with
Yes, it is.
Yep. Okay.
Yes, it is. It's the precise answer. And unfortunately, it takes a bit of time because you have to know the pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah.
If I give you the answer without telling you the workings, it's going to be a mystery still.
Or if you give me the answer quick and then you explain it.
Okay, so the answer is it enhances the innate ability of the human to work a little bit potentially outside of their current perception of reality.
Okay.
But in a controlled way that enhances their own ability rather than messes it up. Right. So how do we get here? Basically, they found that how you do cognitive science and work out what part of the brain is doing what is they typically look at lesions. So they say, I've got a lesion here. It's damaging this part of the sensory perception or this cognitive function or whatever. Therefore, that part of the brain does this job. Right. Okay. In the case of microtubules, they have a benzene ring which has delocalized Tor of electrons above and a delocalized anti-Tor of electrons below. You're already getting to something that looks a bit like a toroidal moment generating structure. Then, in my view, your DNA makes you look different from your brother, or makes you look different from your mother, your father. Subtly different. And that's what you can see as the symptom of the program that is in your DNA. But a large proportion of that DNA encodes for the arrangement of not just your facial features and so forth. It actually encodes for something that's very similar and largely the same thing, but has its own specific structure. And it's about the way that the toroidal moment can interact with the global field of these superfluid condensate of relic neutrinos and or other dark matter. The toroidal moment for each Tor and subtor, unlike an electric field, which has an electric cycle and a magnetic cycle, and you can you can share information by changing the frequency and changing the amplitude, or overlaying something else onto the carrier frequency, or to allow pulses to go on there for digital transmission. Okay, different types of pulses. In the toroidal moment, you have up-down frequency and amplitude. You have this pitch, frequency, and amplitude, but all of these things are basically infinitely variable from 0 to the maximum. Yeah, and then you have angular rotation, angular rotation, and so that can change frequency as well. And that is for every pair for every pair and every extra one on each fractal level all the way down. There is ridiculous numbers of ways of encoding information, mind-boggling numbers of ways, right? And it's like you've minted a Bitcoin, but it's much, much, much more interesting. It's your, in my view, cryptographic key to being able to store information and retrieve information from the Akashic record, this superfluid condensate of relic neutrinos and or other dark matter through the toroidal moment. We've shown that there is a toroidal moment in the brain. We know that now. It is a fact. Okay? The toroidal moment can interact with dark matter, it would appear. And therefore, there is a mechanism where you can store information into the real cloud, not this phony thing they want you to put all your information into, the real cloud that will be available to you, your children, and your bloodline.
And the real cloud is the fabric of space-time?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the ether, if you call the ether the relic neutrino condensate and or other dark matter, okay, that is arranged in this fractal toroidal structure itself that can read and write and can allow reading and writing of itself. But because it's superfluid, when you put something in there, the echo of that lasts for all time. Now, how do these Penrose and Hammerhoff, how do they know that this potentially is a method of, a way of doing consciousness?
So quick, we're constantly adding information to the ether then, and
yes,
and so it's constantly getting more dense.
No,
okay. So information is weightless.
No, because it's difficult to imagine the infinite variability of the movement of things, right? And you can layer into a superfluid any amount of information, but you can only encrypt it and decrypt it using your genetic code, right? So the point of the gametes, the sperm and the egg coming together, a new genetic code is produced. And that gives you a new read and write key to the Akashic record, okay? And anything you put into the Akashic record, your entire life experiences, conscious experiences, and your actions and your feelings and everything, they will persist for all time. There's no going back, right? But we can get on to how there might be. Now, to understand what Hammerhoff and Penrose are saying is that if you get ether, and I don't mean the ether, I mean it's a chemical which was the first anesthetic, and you inhale that, what that does is that chemical sits on these microtubules and shuts down your consciousness. So for whatever reason, it stops your ability to produce these toroidal moments in your brain that enable you to perceive consciousness, okay? If you take psilocybin or DMT, two things your previous guest Graham Hancock talked about, and when it was legal, not that I ever knew it was going to become illegal, but as a teenager, I was able to pick mushrooms and psilocybin in the field in front of our school, and I experienced some altered states of consciousness. Now, when you're writing information using your cryptographic key into this overall field of ability to store information, it's like a radio station. You can tune into a specific frequency. That's your frequency. You write your information in, you read it out. Okay, that's your private key. Yeah, right. Read and write it in. That has a band like a normal Q factor on the ability to receive that signal. Your twin will have the same because they have the same key, right? That's explain straight away why twins often feel, and even though they're not together, the same kind of events, they feel them, right? Or they sense that something's happening to their twin. If you've got a familial connection, that will be a weaker bond. So you're both sharing the same broad genetics from your two parents. And so you might feel connected to or suffer the angst of your sibling, for instance. You might also feel that, like a mother might feel the pain of their child. They genuinely feel it because the pain is put into the Akashic record as an emotion, and they're reading it back because they're quite close genetically. Okay? As you get further back in generations, this will get weaker and weaker and weaker because you're not able to pick up that signal. Now, specifically to what the white powder would be able to do is, unlike ether, the chemical that's an anesthetic which shuts down consciousness, and unlike a psychedelic which makes your consciousness go wonky. So when I say that, just clarify, your consciousness is switched from being in your ego to being off ego. And so you might be picking up multiple people's experiences or multiple sentient entities at some other point in the universe and or time, their experiences, and you're interpreting it through your ego memory, your short-term memory of your existence in your brain, right? And so you try and make sense of it within your kind of interpretive layer in your brain. This information that's coming in, maybe it's another member of your family, maybe it's another member in time, maybe it's another species on another planet, and the information's coming in, and you're trying to rationalize it. It's like when you, as a person with your experience, you see something, and you're asked a question, what is this? Well, you will give your best guess with your understanding in your experience and your access to the Akashic record in your ego-driven state, right? Where you have access to your knowledge line, okay? So that's one thing. So that's why you can probably access knowledge in that state, but you have to be able to interpret it, but you can access knowledge that was never yours learned, okay? And it might be from more intelligent species that use it. That what they might do is they have all of these potential cryptographic keys, and they want people to learn this information, and they just crank it up to 11, and they're broadcasting out on all those frequencies to say, if anyone takes a psychedelic, they're going to get a download of this information, whether they like it or not, and maybe some of them will be able to work out what we're talking about. So this is how an entity on the other side of the universe could spread information through this mechanism, right? The difference about having chi in a condensed form is that you are able to enhance your ego state and be able to maybe spread spectrum your ability to put information into the field or pull information out without the kind of psychosis, the temporary or whatever that can come about through the use of psychedelics, and without the shutting down of the brain that you get from anesthetics. So why would this be important? You might want to come out, maybe you've parked yourself in the Queen's chamber and it's frozen time for you because all chemistry stops. And if all chemistry stops, you don't decay and you don't think. When they shut down the pyramid after operation for 500 years, you step out and you say, did you do what I asked you to do? And then you can step into, with your enhanced understanding, either within the pyramid or through consumption of this material, you can look back in time and see the history that occurred whilst your existence was put on ice. It's not put on ice. You're not frozen. The chemistry is stopped because the electrons just stop being able to function. Okay, so I imagine that might be a thing that would be possible to do with it. The other thing is that it's not making your physiology go wonky. It's enhancing what is true. So your genetic code may be able to fix parts of your unhealthy body back to what it should be, because you have raw chi to work with, density, high chi. So it might be the fountain of youth, right? It might actually be able to reverse aging. And so,
is this why we have kings from the king's list that were thousands of years old?
Maybe. So like Abraham's like 900 years, but you also have these things in like the Sumerian tablets, they're living for 30,000 years. Now, are they living for 30,000 years because they park themselves in the pyramid or some similar other structure? Or are they using this material to maintain a state where they're not dying?
Are there other structures or other pyramids around the world that you think have this capability?
Not of creating the etheric matter,
okay.
But you can make, so like if you see some of the Sumerian gods, they have a band around them, and the band has flowers on the band, equidistantly spaced. And what you're looking at there is maybe a miniature version of this technology, where it's doing what people do when they meditate, but it's a more technological solution to it. It might allow them to do anti-gravity because the flux of the the sort of theory of gravity that says it's condensing the matter below you. If you counteract that flux, like when you're meditating and you create the vortex and the chi coming this way, it counteracts the flux there. These technological devices might be just like, I'm lazy, I can't be bothered to meditate for an hour to get the levitation going. Just give me the levitation device. But in the process, you're going to get a flux of chi going through you. Now, if you have balanced chi, then that might put you in stasis. So, that might create the same kind of situation that's going on in the pyramid. Now, this is, in my view, how basically anti-gravity works. So if you had a Vimana flying around 5,000 years ago, you don't need ridiculous technology. You just need to find a method for creating the counterflow of the Rayleigh neutrino condensate.
Let's get into that in a second. Are we in a simulation?
No.
No, this is not a simulation.
No.
Okay. This is base reality.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's everything. Like, as I said, we are made in the image of the program that runs the universe, our physiology. And, Jesus said, or it says we're made in the image of God.
You Christian?
I was brought up as a Church of England Christian. I was a choir boy in the same church as my father was from the age of 5 to 12 before I went from the state system to the private system. It's called the public school, weirdly, in the UK. And I continued being choir boy there. I sung in some amazing structures. I had the pleasure of listening to the beautiful, intense, resonant cadences that come from church organs, which I feel sorry for people that don't ever have that experience. And they should get themselves and see an organ recital in a European church if they can. It's a very moving experience.
But Jesus, as the Son of God, fits into your into this reality that you believe in.
Well, we're all sons of God.
Yep.
So that's going without saying. But the Son of God, well, he certainly worked out how the technology works. That is God.
Okay.
Now, the Muslims, they don't believe you should make an effigy of God. And I think that's right, because it doesn't look like anything except us. And we can't say we are God. We're just in the image of God. But I would argue that we're an image of the program that runs the universe, which is God. Like, it's in everything, and it is everything. And, the sort of, I call them, I don't mean to be rude, but they're like party tricks. Like, if you can levitate and you can clone things and you can heal things and you can teleport, these are all things that should be possible by understanding this technology. And when you look at the things that were there in geometry, in buildings prior to Jesus being born, they had to have known, or the predecessors had to have known, how this process works. And, did Jesus go and disappear at the age of 12 and come back at 30, and he was able to do all these things, and he hung out with John the Baptist, and, did he learn from John the Baptist this understanding with that Semitic cult, as I understand it was? I might have got some things wrong here, and I don't want to offend anyone, but that's what I understand. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I am often wrong. But did he learn some things from then? And as someone that is God, being the Son of God, he was able to access his cryptographic key, which was the divine. He had the divine cryptographic key. So he could, all of this information he was being told, he goes, yeah, I know how to do that. I know how to do that. I know how to do that. And they go, you are the chosen one. Right? Because, like, if the boot fits type thing. So default, he becomes that person. But like the Greeks, as I understand it, they like writing up the first Bible. They had the Chi-Rho in their coinage, as I said earlier. And the Chi-Rho is these letters in Greek, which means, the life force, and then the other one's the flow with torsional and the density of flow. This is the symbol of ball lightning, or they called it thunderbolt. It is Zeus's weapon is the thunderbolt. The most powerful weapon in the Indian tradition is the Vajra, and the most powerful weapon in the Slavic tradition is the Ukonfsara, the Thor's hammer. And they are all part of the same structure. They're all part of ball lightning, which is the manifestation of, in my view, they are conscious entities. They are conscious entities because they have a toroidal moment, and that's how we are conscious entities. So when someone says a plasmoid is conscious, it really is, in exactly the same way as we are. through the same mechanisms. They have their own cryptographic key, which, by the way, varies. So they can spread, because they self-cluster, when they are energized at different levels, they'll be able to access different information. They're constantly variable, whereas we're much more fixed in this meat space. Meat space, I guess, gives us ego, whereas the ball lightning form, that gives you the magic, right? And it's bridging between the two. And I think that the ancient people understood this.
And what is ego for you?
Ego is the defined ability to write into a particular part of the Akashic record and read it back. Okay. And I shared with you some of my constant, you said, well, what can you do with this technology? And I said, well, or what have you learned from this technology? You asked me last night. And Matt, the most important thing when you understand this technology is you are completely freed from the fear of death. Because you realize that this is just a means by which to create a spirit, a permanent existence of the thing that you are, right? When you die, your memories and your ability as part of the ether, of this quantum condensate, this superfluid coherent condensate, which pervades everything, it persists for all of time. You have an afterlife. It is eternity. And if you don't fear going to sleep, you shouldn't fear death. All that happens is when your consciousness comes back on, your microtubules start getting into sync, right? And then they start being able to read and write to the real cloud, the Akashic record. And so you're connected to both the global, the universal conscious, and also your own personal tranche of access memory.
And so after death, you become you're the spirit that you are becomes a part of the ether,
yes.
essentially. And does reincarnation is a thing?
Reincarnation becomes trivial to understand. You may not reincarnate here. You may reincarnate on the other side of the universe. Now, you're more likely to reincarnate here. Why? Because there are people that, for instance, in your part of the world, may be more genetically similar than people on another planet in another solar system far, far away, right? Now, the chance of your minting the same cryptographic key is enhanced by being in the place where you were. So it's more likely you will occur there, but
because your genetic code is similar. Yeah. Okay.
And likewise, you might be more likely to mint the same cryptographic key on planet Earth with humans that evolved here. But it's not inconceivable, and if there is a non-zero chance in infinite time, it will always happen.
Do you have a choice as to where to reincarnate, or is it just a function of your genetic signal?
No, I don't think you'd have a choice.
Okay.
But you have a choice when you're in meat space, this conscious state, where you have this bag of shit, which is able to interact and record and read from. This is your one chance in the mortal realm to do things right. Do unto others what you would want them to do to you, right? For me, hell is all of the people you've possibly known or interacted with in your life. When you are dead and they are dead in this mortal realm, they will be there with you for all of time. And your only chance for redemption is to be reincarnated. And you are literally in hell. You're in purgatory, basically. There's no relief from it. And if all of the other spiritual entities out there can't be bothered with you because you just weren't good in life, you're not in hell and damnation. You're not burning in the fires of hell, these kind of constructs that were possibly created by the Roman Catholic Church when they overtook the Christian Church to maybe manipulate the people that were following their football team, their version of the football team. It was... it's just that all of the other spiritual entities in there don't want to interact with you. So it's like, imagine you're the sort of person that's done a few faux pas in your life, and no one wants to invite you to a party, and your social life is basically non-existent. How do you feel when that happens? Maybe everyone's had a moment in their life where they've probably done something they shouldn't have done, and they can feel in themselves that they need to atone for this. Well, you can only atone for it in the meat space. that's when you have this key. And, you know, you will be in hell. You will be that guy that never gets invited to parties no one ever wants to talk to for maybe 1 billion lifetimes, 1 trillion lifetimes, until your genetic code by fate is minted somewhere else in the universe and you get another chance to do it right. Okay. So yeah, you cannot, when you understand this, have any fear of death. But you must always respect death and you must always respect judgment. Because the judgment is instantaneous. It's judged by all spiritual entities that have gone before in the entire universe. Mm. It doesn't get any worse than everyone hating on you.
But wouldn't a life full of judgment lead to living in hell in the afterlife? If you were a judgmental person for your whole life, doesn't that create...
No, I'm not saying being judgmental to others.
No, I understand.
You have to I make mistakes.
Yeah.
And I would hope people would allow for my mistakes. But it's whether your intention was to deceive.
Okay.
So there is a whole subject which, when you understand how this process works, you understand propaganda and the way propaganda works. Now, as I was saying earlier, your cryptographic key gives you access to a bandwidth, right? And your family are on sidebands, so you can have this little bit of interaction. Someone that's your twin is right on your bandwidth. Maybe someone that's incarnated at the same time as you on the same cryptographic key. They can be information over here, and they're like some lizard creature on Alpha Centauri, and they're trying to live their life. You're trying to live your life, and you're still right into the same memory, and they're overwriting each other's memory. Well, that could be an explanation for psychosis. Hearing voices in your head. There could be 2 or 3 people that are minted on Earth, some twist of fate where you all have the same cryptographic key. You literally hear voices in your head. They might not even be in your language. But you are actually having those voices come into your head through your toroidal moments. Okay? So there's that, and that's very unfortunate for those people. So typically you give them antipsychotics or things that shut down to a degree their consciousness, and so they don't hear. Yeah. Well, ether completely shuts it down, but like other things that deal with, schizophrenia and stuff, those kind of drugs. And this is why you say, some people that are predisposed to schizophrenia and find it a struggle to keep within their ego, when they get maybe a psychedelic, this is what Graham Hancock was saying in your previous podcast, they might end up by manifesting the schizophrenia to a much higher degree. And basically, their brain has found a way to, in this little bit of meat space, to be able to separate out the other people that have got the same, or the other entities who have got the same cryptographic key. Okay? Now, when this comes to propaganda, and I don't know when this was worked out, but it was probably worked out tens of thousands of years ago or in one of the other cycles of Earth. And sooner or later, people will work it out, is that if you want someone to believe something, the best way to do it is to tell as many people that are just followers, they're not leaders, they're followers. They will accept you as a position, an expert. You're an expert. You tell me what I need to think, and I will trust you, right? And they won't bother to go and do the research for themselves or critically think. Even if they see something with their own eyes that is against what they're being told is the facts, but they can see the truth, they will say, well, the expert told me this. Thank you very much, reality, for telling me what I should think. But this guy over here is the expert, and I believe the expert, right? So what you need to do is to get most of the people who will always defer to an expert to believe you, and they all have their little bandwidth in the Akashic record, and they fill in all of the gaps so that then, this is what Rupert Sheldrake calls morphic resonance, where an idea is understood by enough people after a period of time such that everyone else just gets the information immediately. And I believe that is what's happening, is they're filling in all of these different variations of the way that the toroidal moment is encoded information, and then everyone immediately. So you can have a situation where you've got 10 people that have never been exposed to information, but they are genetically related to a number of people that have been exposed to propaganda. And when they go into a room where someone comes in and there's 2 persons, one gives the truth and the other one gives the propaganda, you can have a situation where the people in the room can intuit that the person telling the truth is actually telling the truth, because it's just, 1 + 1 = 2, or, you have these experiments where you have like a whole bunch of people in a room and this is through suggestion to a degree, where they say which line is longer, and like 10 of the 11 people choose the one of the lines that's shorter and say it's the longer one. So what happens is the person who doesn't know they're the victim of this process, they choose the shorter line. So that's one area in which propaganda works. People can choose to not believe their own eyes. But when you have something where you don't have a visual reference and you have a truth and a propaganda, and they're given both as sincerely as the other, so that you can't pick up on visual cues from micro-inflections and, which one's the truth and which isn't. And maybe they don't even know themselves. They've just been said, your lines are these and your lines are these. Go and tell these people. There'll be people in the room that intuits this is the truth. But if the bulk of people have already been pre-programmed with the false facts, they are in the Akashic record. And when they try and verify, like a control bit on a RAID hard drive, which are the two truths, that the parity bit comes out as a 1 rather than a 0, they access the Akashic record that they have their access to, and it comes out as a 1, but it's a 1 on the lie. And that's propaganda. And so when you understand this process...
There's a fine line between truth and propaganda, right? It's one man's truth is another man's propaganda.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you lace propaganda with truths, then it becomes harder, particularly if you manage to get a lot of people who are open to suggestion, to write it up as... People do not want to have to think too much. They want to eat, shit, piss, have sex, procreate potentially, and have a good time. And ideally don't want anyone else to not have a good time, right? Everything else, is kind of neither here nor there, right? You just want to live. Like wherever you go in the world, whoever, what race and religion and whatever, they just want to not... there are people out there that are genuinely opportunistic. There are people that are genuinely unpleasant. But the majority of people, they just want to get by.
I guess, religion's a great example. For some people, a specific religion is the truth. For some people, it's propaganda. For some people, race is a real thing. And for other people, the human race is the only true one race. And so it's the information that we're attempting to convey a lot of times is actually more of a perspective as opposed to a truth or propaganda.
I understand. You're making a distinction between intentional mistruth or falsehood than rather accepted norms. Yeah. So like... for instance, like if I'm wearing a hijab, is it because I'm in that particular faith, or is it because I get sand in my eyes and the sun's too hot and it burns my skin? Right? Like what is relevant for a particular part of the world may not be relevant for everywhere else. Yeah. But you carry with it your tradition when you move locations, but it just looks odd to the people that don't believe in wearing hijabs.
Sure.
Right. So like, it's not that they're trying to be a bad person, or they may not feel themselves in any shape or form suppressed or repressed. It's just, no, this is what my family's done for generations, and it feels in their internality, in every way that they can meaningfully connect with their reality, this seems natural to them. Right. Whereas it just seems weird. And this is why it's irresponsible to walk into another culture and say, you should behave like this because this is the correct way to behave, right? Yeah. Because you don't understand necessarily the thousands of years of tradition and experimentation, which do not necessarily are things that you understand that is being done as an experiment. It's called like heuristic learning. I believe that there are entities out there that are able to channel through other people. And that it might be like they already have someone on record that has my cryptographic key. And they're sending the information out like a big broadcast, and it's going out like a broad spectrum broadcast. And some people will pick up on it because they're in that zone and they're sending the information. And it might be that they... one of the earliest things I had was I would draw these pyramids, 2 pyramids, one behind the other, one much smaller than the other. And bizarrely, that I would always draw a sun in the sky with a little cloud cutting through it and a saguaro cactus in the foreground. Saguaro cactus, obviously it's not Egypt, right? So but I actually went to Mexico, and I went and saw, Tulum and some of the other pyramids there. And then I went down to see the Tikal pyramids and there. And I knew I had to go. Now, I don't know whether that was from a previous life or whether I was being sent that message as something that I need to be considered as important. But I knew before I went to present at the IIT Mumbai in 2017, I was invited by Mahadevan Srinivasan. He was the lead researcher for the Babratomic Research Center in 1989, replicating Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons. And he invited me to India. And for whatever reason, I had an immense download for about 3 days. And it was all about pyramids and Egyptian. Nothing I'd ever seen. I'd never been to Egypt, but these were more real than real, right? And I knew that I had to deliver a presentation saying that I realized that ball lightning, whatever that is, I didn't understand. I hadn't got to the point that I've been able to share recently at that point, but I knew that that was the mechanism by which these processes occur. And the rest of the people in the room, the 7 students, the people from the nuclear authorities, the commercial entities that were asking for my advice, they were all like head in their hands. The students were like, I don't know what to do here. But there was one guy there called Suhas Ralkar. And he just tapped me on the shoulder and says, we need to talk. And he says, what are you doing tomorrow? I said, well, the student's going to take me around Mumbai. And he says, could you come to my lab? I said, yeah. He'd spent like $1 million over 4 years having seen oxypatite synthesized on this iron sheet where he was using ultrasound, elements that should never be there. And what I was saying in my presentation that I was predicting was possible for this process, should it be real, he'd already experienced these things. And the following morning, I was shown some of these things. And that started my journey that ultimately led to understand the process, and then ultimately led to the Russians throwing in the towel. And then the former head of naval research for the condensed matter nuclear science for 13 years has asked me to edit the ball lightning and exotic vacuum objects section of his book on how cold fusion works, right? And so like it's come full circle, but like at that point it's just ridicule because there's no frame of reference for understanding. And for many of your listeners, and I'm sorry for many of your listeners, I've probably talked about names, I've talked about concepts, I've talked about processes that probably very difficult for many of you to understand. It took a lifetime to be tooled to be able to see with my eyes and hear with my ears. And it took hard work by many people, both inside the project and outside of the project, giving freely of their time, their resources, to get to a point where I could spend 7 years to walk through this process on my blog, remoteview.icu, and before that on the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project's YouTube channel. And but it is a liberating thing.
Nice.
And what we're going to be able to do with this is what I think the pyramid was doing to a degree, which was probably generating energy. Okay. It was probably... When you have the 2 substructures, when you only have 2 or 3, they will beam energy out. And I think there is a band of structures around the Earth with other pyramidal structures, and they would have been downlink energy receivers. So the condensed matter would go into 2 focused beams that come out, and they would go around the planet and form a torus loop that way. And so there's this idea, like there's this particular... like not Easter Island, but there's other places around the Earth where they have these particular pyramidal structures, and they seem to be in a ring, and I think that's what was going on, because and this would mean that like the main generator of the flux would be the pyramid itself, but there would be pickups, and I would imagine that also obelisks would be pickups, and it could be an energy system, from that point of view, that in the center it is producing nuclear level energy, and it's converting that into very, very high frequency energy that is then broadcast through those substructures around the world, and then it would lead to a civilization that is running on a basically infinite power, and so it really truly would appear to be free energy, and cool. then if you had a particular device to capture that energy, you might be able to do magic. And this is where we're going to segue into your vases. So you've got some things to show me, haven't you?
I do, yeah, I do. I want to grab this one right behind you real quick if I could get up. Good segue.
The art of the segue.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a beautiful thing. Ooh, heavy too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
I see the toroidal structure in the handles and going down.
Yeah.
Wanted to get your thoughts.
Okay, so like when I look at that, I see lots of Chinese symbols, like kanji or Japanese.
Right.
Yeah, it's like it's written in kanji. Okay, so where did you get this?
That was, the dealer. It's an antiquities dealer, and it came from the art market, and the provenance goes on that one back, I think, to the 1980s, so not as far as a lot of the other ones, but I'd have to check the certificate.
Okay, so, and what do you think you know about it? What have you done with this particular vase?
With that particular one, the roundness and the symmetry is not as perfect as some of the other ones, but I believe that one has been broken at some point and repaired really, really well. But you can see a crack. Yeah. You can see cracks going down the middle of it. If you really look really, really hard, it's tough to see. But what I think I know about that one is it's diorite, and diorite has the crystal inclusions in it. And a lot of times it does. And that's about what I know, I think.
Okay, so when I was looking at this earlier, you're pointing out that some of these vases, they have these things on the side that appear to be going down at an angle, the same angle from right to left.
Yeah, bottom left to top right.
Yeah, up.
Yeah.
And so when I looked at that, I immediately thought of these images from Egypt and then from the Coptic Christians, where they have on the down part the angel of death, and on the up part they have the angel of life. So alpha to omega, and it's always written as a down in the Coptic Christian stelae that were put on gravestones, but also it's also on the symbology, which I believe represents the electrodynamics that are in the pyramid. But it's like constant. You have this cycle of death around here, and then the cycle of rebirth, the cycle of death, the rebirth. It's always from alpha to omega going through. So that might be that. But the other thing I would say is that when I was looking at that, I was imagining, why would I make holes like this? And I was thinking, well, I could put them on metal rods, and I could have a whole bunch of them on metal rods, or I could have them on strings, and if I had the string held up here, or maybe some sort of cord made of something, it could hold this thing, and because it's up here, and because it's very weighty down the bottom, it would automatically hold up right in the strongest wind. You've got a big sandstorm coming in or whatever. And because it is a long ways this way, when I tried to twist that, if I knocked it like that, then it would automatically try to write because of the way it's held there. And then the angle at this might prevent it from twisting as well. And so there might be mechanical and well understood reasons which you could explore using mock-ups of these things and doing all kinds of tests. So have a thing that's the same form, have the substructures in the same form. It does need to be heavy. And then you could calculate, like, if I did have this flat, what twist would I have? Well, because if I'm twisting this, whichever way I'm twisting it, if it's flat, it's going to be able to go through it a little bit easier. So I don't know. It might be a case of locking it into place. Like if I had a rod that way and a rod that way, then if I try to push it that way, it's going to lock on one. And if I try to push it this way, it might lock on the other, depending on how those rods were suspended. So there's many technological reasons why you might want this here. And then secondly, when I looked at this, why do you make a vessel of any type? Typically, it's to put stuff in, right? Now, if you go to Asia, or if you go to places in Eastern Europe or many cultures, they will put into these things ashes of the burned people, right? they're the bit that gets left over, which cannot be vaporized. Principally like the shoulder bone and these things, the teeth or whatever, unless you have a very intense fire. But you still end up with some ashes. So, are these actually ash vases for storing the dead? Because many cultures do this. And when I was living in India, I had a knock on the door one morning, and it was my neighbours whose children actually owned the house, but we were renting it so they didn't have to pay the mortgage until we'd paid the mortgage off. And they said, can we invite you to the matriarch's funeral? And I said, yeah, sure, where is it? And they said, it's just on the other side of the fence. And they chopped down a mango tree, and they put down the wood, and they did this whole ritual with a vase and with the water in and oil and stuff, and they went round, and the body was there and it went up in smoke. And I wasn't too fazed by it because I'd saw the same thing in the burning ghats along the side of the Ganges. And so the idea is you burn the body as soon as possible to return it to nature and so forth. If there was any bones, if you were by the burning ghats in Ganges, you would then put those in the water. And then either they spread it on the land, but in many cultures they put it into a vase like this. So it may be that. I'd kind of prefer it wasn't. But if so, I respect the person whose spirit entity is probably some way locked into this object. If it isn't, and it's for storage of precious oils, scent oils, or if it's resins, or it might be spices you put in here, these are things that probably had as high value as 100 iPhones or whatever these days. And you don't want that spilling out. Right. You want it to be stored. And if the thing was perishable, you might also want to have it in a way that it was sealed from exposure to the air and to moisture and to flies and all kinds of things that might accelerate its decay. So when I look at most of these vases, and you could pick up any one of them, that is mighty heavy, by the way. You don't actually understand how heavy these things are. Now, this is really light, but you've got something special about this, haven't you? So I don't know if the maestro next door, Ryan, can turn off the lights and we can get this glowing, but
go a little higher, maybe.
Yeah. Can you see that? Can you see that? There's no bounce of the video in here, so I don't know if you know that, but essentially there is a fluorescing of certain components, subcomponents in this stone. Is this granite or something?
It is S1 red granite, yeah.
S1 red granite. Okay, so this is interesting because anyone that's seen uranium glass, they know it glows green. Well, this is growing like a reddy purple, isn't it? And I would suggest that's maybe like calcite or something. Calcite, there are a lot of fluorescent elements. And when I look at it, it's a little bit duller on one side, and it might be some fluorescent elements when they're exposed to daylight actually degrade. So you might want to avoid, if you can analyze and find out what elements these are, you might want to avoid exposing it to daylight, even too much of the UV. Because I think fluorite, which is where fluorescents come from, I don't know whether it would have fluorite in here. What color is fluorite? Anyway, there's some that like opal, good opal will glow, green. I think, is it fluorite? Yeah, one grows yellow. Anyway, you can go to the Prague Museum, and I've got some fantastic pictures, and I'll send them to you so you can put them up on the screen here. And it shows the different elements under natural light and under UV light, and maybe you can have a good hash at guessing what the components in here are without doing any destructive testing. But again, we see these handles with the holes going through. Well, I could definitely put a cord of some type through there. I don't know what, maybe. And then it has this lip around the outside. And I've seen sealing methods, it's typical when you're preserving jams or other stuff. You stretch something over here, maybe some gut of an animal, like you make a drum from. And you then tie something taut around here, and that prevents that from coming through. And on the lip here, over a period of time when the animal skin is able to shrink and dry a bit, it will become very, very taut, like a drum. And maybe you could coat it with beeswax or some, other thing that would then hermetically seal it with gas. Because, often you get, as a wine connoisseur, a former recovering wine connoisseur, you'll probably know that like you can get sealed bottles with wax on the top. You know, I mean, the cork is covered with wax.
Or put it in hot and then cool it down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you put maybe the skin over the top. You wait till it's dry. Maybe you don't even wait till it's dry, and you turn it over and you go like that, and it's done. It's completely sealed, and that's good to store for 50 years or something.
Yeah.
And there you go. So I actually think these are for storing something very precious, whether that be someone's ashes. But given the fact that it looks like a means of being able to seal something of value inside that may be perishable, I kind of tend to think it's not ashes. Okay. Now, maybe you've got some which are genuinely ashes. And you've got some beautiful ones over here. I'm going to point the UV light at it, but we'll take that down here.
Want me to grab one?
Yeah, go on. Yeah. Yeah, look at that beauty. Wow.
Yeah, the question for me is how they would hollow out the inside of that and get it so high up on that edge with just such a small opening, both on that one and the fluorescent one that you just looked at. It's such a small hole to extract all the material.
I would definitely say
the explanation is there was a stick and the stick had a rock on the end and you would just twist it and that's.
I don't know whether that's necessary. You know, you could have a bladder in there, and the bladder could have abrasive things on the outside. And the beautiful thing about something you inflate, if it's made well, it would inflate in the same direction based on the pressure. So you could have abrasives on the outside that were impregnated or whatever. I'm just riffing here. And you turn this, not the thing.
Right.
This is the thing that's turning. And, you inflate the bladder and you could put struts in the bladder. And it's like, the question is, how much time do you spend doing it? Well, if you want to create something that a pharaoh is going to want or a pre-dynastic leader is going to want, it's got to look badass. It's got to look like it's better than the next guy's effort, right?
Right.
So how much time is the right amount of time? You know, some artists can spend 20 years on a picture. And when you've got 1,000 people and they're all trying to make it, to get one on the mantelpiece of your leader, to get one on the mantelpiece of your leader, that might be the greatest honor you could possibly imagine in your lifetime. And so how much effort is the right amount of effort? I don't know.
But you think that the pyramids, the Great Pyramid is from the Ice Age. Do you think that
pre-Ice Age?
Pre-Ice. Well, pre-Ice Age is 2.5 million years ago.
Okay, well, pre-unpleasant to live there time.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's like this whole bounce around. But like they found these wood carved, possibly constructed building sections in Africa that are like in the nearly 500,000 years ago. You can have a look it up. It's it's 500,000 years or so ago. Yeah, and that's quite a long time ago. Huh. Maybe Ryan can have a look at that.
And what would he look up?
I don't know. African 500,000-year-old carving wood construction, something like that.
Okay, all right.
That's your challenge. See if you can get it from that, Ryan. And of course, there is the guy down in South Africa that looks at the structures on Google Maps. And he suggests that these structures are 360,000 years old or something like that. So,
but nothing magical. You don't think about in terms of the dates that these were made. Do you think that they were Egyptian, or do you think that they're older? The
Great Pyramid,
the stone vases.
I don't. I think you only need one person with half a brain to work out the technique. Just because we don't know the technique doesn't mean it's not easy.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. To make a perfect circle, you would need some sort of a turning device.
Yeah, we'd need a turning device. And the idea that the wheel was invented last week is, I don't think.
Okay. Yeah.
There's lots of round things in nature. Here we go. What do we got here?
A bed that sits above a waterfall in Zambia. Its remains may be the oldest evidence yet of early humans building with wood. The construction is basic. A pair of overlapping logs fitted together with a notch.
You could see the individual chop marks really clearly. It's extraordinary. Everything just looks so fresh, you think, it cannot be this old. And when Jeff's dates came through, 477,000, I'm like, wow, okay. it's just
Wow.
amazing. We were lucky.
477,000-year-old wood structure found in Africa.
So the idea that no one could do anything useful with tools more than 6, 8. Well, you can go to where is it? Cyprus, and in the museum there in Larnaca, they have structures that have come from a walled city that was 5,000 years ago or whatever. They were farming animals and this, that, and the other. So, like, I think the story that the world started 4,000 years ago in the Levant, I think it's shot.
It's getting a little bit ridiculous at this point.
It's absurd. Yeah. And so, like, the idea that only these people that started doing this amazing thing 4,500 years ago, you know, you got Göbekli Tepe. I visited Malta and I saw the incredible structures there that show alignments, and you know, there's 6,000-7,000 whatever years ago, like the supposedly the oldest megalithic structures on Earth before they found Göbekli Tepe. And so, like, if we're constantly pushing this back, and then we suddenly have this thing, yeah. So this is Gozo is in the top island, but megalithic temples of Malta, yeah.
But these are said to be, at this point in time, generally accepted as being Greek. Is that correct? Like 2,000 or 2,500 years old? Where
No.
Oh, this is Malta. I'm sorry.
The Hager Kim there, I was that recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, have you got an age on there? 4,000 years BC. So that's 5,000, 6,000 years ago, right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and do you know what they have? Vortices and anti-vortices. And these are energy structures. I will do a whole series of videos on there. But when I walked in, immediately it was obvious that these were energy structures. You've got a vortex on this side and an anti-vortex on the other. And the ones just outside Valletta, they have multiples of these chambers going from a bigger structure to a smaller structure to a smaller structure. Okay, so there you go. So you've got a big structure on the outside, and that would condense the energy, and it would go up through the center into the smaller structure behind. And the place where you want to stand, where you get your maximum chi, is at the top side of that. Yeah, these are energy structures, and they're chi condensation structures, in my view. And I actually walked into this thing, and I walked out. I said to my wife, I said, "Oh my God, these are energy structures."
Yeah.
And I walked in again, and I looked on my left, and there was a load of seeds, like come out of dandelions or whatever, those kind of kapok or something. Like they float around on the breeze, and they were going around in a vortex. And I thought, how did no one notice this for 130 years since they first dug up, right? Because there was just a little bit of rock sticking out of the ground, and no one knew what was there. Like, everyone had died that had built it a long time before. Mm. And then I went, and there was some guy in the early 1900s, and he was saying, "Oh, these are energy structures." It's like, nothing's a new idea.
Right.
But, like, it was my visceral understanding as soon as I walked into these structures. And that these people 6,000 and 7,000 years ago already knew. And this is thousands of years before the pyramid was made? No. The pyramid shows masterful. Look, there you go. Vortex, anti-vortex with the center.
Wow.
5,000, 6,000, 7,000 years ago.
Mm.
No, it wasn't the Ionians that produced this ionic column. It was people thousands and thousands, 5,000 years before the Ionians. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right?
Right.
Before the so-called pyramid was built.
Maybe. Yeah,
Well, no, they were doing it. That is the vortex and the anti-vortex. It is what it is. That is the key energy structure. So they actually build it on the entranceways to these things. But I didn't see that first. I walked into the structures first without having read anything about them. That's what I like to do my research. Don't have anyone else's opinion. Go in as a blank slate. So this is a whole level that I will get into in coming months when I start reviewing those.
Okay.
And essentially, you have a situation where these people were definitely there doing this stuff, which was showing the vortex and the anti-vortex energy structures long before the pyramid was supposedly built. No, the pyramid was built a long time before.
Okay. An unknown prehistoric culture that lived on the islands between 3,600 to 2,500 BC. So they're dating them to the time just before the Greeks came to the island, and they're saying that it was an unknown culture that created it just before the Greeks
and you know
got
what?
there.
3,600 BC, 5,600 years ago, and they say 7,000 and 8,000.
Okay.
And so you got, like, this is older than Stonehenge. It's supposedly older than pyramids. It's getting up to the age of Göbekli Tepe. It's certainly approaching that kind of ballpark. And you walk into these structures, and they have implicit knowledge of how nature works.
Just a quick point out here that it says likely farmers who lived in a small self-isolated communities.
Right. Definitely looks like
farmers built that.
Yeah, for no reason at all.
Exactly.
Look at the bottom right image there you've got there. That is the energy structure self-condensing. And where the altar is, at the top end, that's where you want to stand. That's where you get your maximum chi flux. Mm-hmm. And these are aligned with the spring and autumn equinox, with all of these sort of stuff which, everyone thinks is amazing when it's done in other cultures. Mm-hmm. But no, this is way before that. Mm-hmm. So if you haven't, the one on the left there, you can see the two lines. I've got a better image of that in my archives. The one on the right is badly contained, but that exactly is the magnetohydrodynamic structure. I think that's the oldest temple on the far right. I might be wrong. But that is exactly and precisely the structure. It is not a coincidence. They knew exactly how nature works. 6,500 BC. Sorry, 6,500 before the present day. 7,500 up to it's 5,500 BC.
But is that the date that you really think it was built, or do you think that was an Ice Age type of a construction?
Well, whatever. It's at least that old.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And that temple that you just saw is exactly what you see in a magnetohydrodynamic vortex.
I understand. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
and that was not by accident. They go, we're going to make this thing, and isn't it? And now here's the thing. It could be because they're observing nature, and nature is producing this form in petals and leaves and all kinds of things. They just, it's just an interesting thing. No. They knew how nature was working. Moreover, if you've been to Gozo in Malta, it's very hot and dry. We didn't see a single cloud in the entire 10 days we were there, not one, and it was 39 degrees C. It was really dry. And that's what you need to create static flows, static energy flows. It's where you would want to go to get energized by this chi.
Yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind that if that is that old and they understood that, and it's this geometry, that the people building the pyramids also knew of this geometry. And if they didn't, they built a very, 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 very large structure that accidentally fits exactly the geometry.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Do you need a structure that big? Why did the pyramid have to be that big?
Solid state, and it's condensing a very rarefied medium.
Mm-hmm. Can you do it with a smaller structure?
To what end?
To create the same white powder that you discussed earlier in a smaller amount?
You can try. But here's the thing. It's not a solid state device that's able to create it in an observable volume. When the planet is rotating, the sun's coming up in the east, it's flowing into the ether, the dark matter. It's flowing in and it's capturing it into that north vortex and anti-vortex. And then that's feeding it round into the other one where it condenses it into the yin and parks it in my view, in the sarcophagus.
What do you think the other pyramids function were? Do you have any theories on the other pyramids?
Well, this is when you come into alchemy. When you have the Philosopher's Stone, it's prima materia. The prima materia, the white powder. Gold, is it gold? It's a very precious thing. Gold is precious. Do we want to make gold? If you have something that's able to help you convert other elements to a target element, so what you do is you take common rubbish elements like lead, and you would mix it with a certain seed amount of gold, and then you would give it this etheric matter that wants to be elements but isn't, right? And then you would treat it in either sound, electrical fields, and thermal vibration. And so thermal vibration is sound, but in the phonon, it's the actual atoms moving with vibration rather than sound. It's sound at a higher frequency, right? Terahertz vibration. You would find some parameter space that would allow you to target and grow onto the nascent elements that you put in there, the target elements. So like a crystal grows on a nuclear point, or like an ice crystal grows on a piece of sulfur dioxide in geoengineering, or strontium or whatever it is that they chuck up from planes, when they're doing weather modification to help the rain come down recently. You have a seed. And so the seed is the pattern on which you want the rest of it to grow. So you get it into a situation where it's confused. These magnetohydrodynamic structures are broken away from being bound to the calcium oxide, which is the bit of the white powder that makes the white powder. And these things go in and they suck in the lead and some other elements you will put in there. And particularly if you want gold, you need to target either potassium or calcium with your other, whether it's quicksilver, mercury, lead or bismuth. They didn't fortunately know about thallium, which is good because you can get it through your skin and it kills you, so that's great. But bismuth, if you go to the Royal Society of Chemistry website in the UK, they will show a page on alchemy and they've got all the symbols there, and it takes, in fact, the bizarre structure is, if you go and look at the alchemical ring, it's from a French guy who's one of the last people to discover the great work. It's actually on my blog, so I can't remember his name offhand. But if you can find Ryan from that little set of clues, he was able to convert lead into gold. The ring was made from alchemical gold. But if you look at the structure, it has the sun and the moon. The sun is the yang, the moon is the yin. If you go into a Masonic temple, they have the sun on one side on a pillar, and on the other side they have the moon, and in the center they have an ionic column, which is a vortex and an anti-vortex, and they have the black sun. That is the center. That is the black hole that gets produced in these structures, the hollow bit in the center. Yeah. So I believe that the other pyramids would have been resonant structures that allowed you to take the white powder gold, the prima materia, and that was mixed in the sound and thermal and phonon regime with other chemicals. Yeah, so here you've got the caduceus going up, you've got the sun on the left, that's the yang, and then the yin, and then you've got the eternal source down the bottom. And you have the spiral of the vortex. The Ra symbol on the right there, that's the ring spot. That is the sun symbol. It's the Ra god, but it's also the symbol for gold, and it's actually on my wedding ring in the center here. And I have the fractal toroidal structure as well on my wedding ring.
Cool.
There. Mm-hmm. So does my wife. Mm-hmm. So you've got it there. If you look up any alchemical imagery, you can find many examples of this. So the moon is... The sun is, if you break matter apart, you get 930 million electron volts per proton or whatever it is, something like that, as I told you way moons ago. On the right, if you're fusing matter together, you get much less energy. So the female force is creating something new by combining things. So like the male goes out, destroys a load of the landscape, digs up some rocks, makes some money, buys some food, brings it home to the female, and the female takes that food and makes it into babies, and that's the point, right? Right. And so the female is the ultimate destroyer because it commands the destroyer to go and do the job so that they can both create new life together and mint those new cryptographic keys that allow access to the Akashic record. So basically, you've got the fleur-de-lis in the center there. That is where the flux comes up. The serpents feed in the energy in a vortex, in the caduceus vortex.
Talk to me about Malcolm Bendel. I wanted to ask you about him. Is the technology that you're discussing and describing the same as what he's presented at Cosmic Summit and in prior years, or is there a difference?
Yes, the technology that is eternal is appearing in his device. Is it doing anything useful? Maybe. Time will tell, and that's why you do experiments. I didn't want to get involved. I really did not want to get involved. We were already investigating a different technology that made the same claims before even those claims came to the presence of mind of anyone. And that was Paul Pantone's Global Environmental Energy Technology. And this had the...
But Malcolm.
Yeah, well, so Malcolm must have looked at some of this technology.
Yeah.
And what we knew from investigating that other technology was that it made these claims, and independent attempts at replicating it had also created some things that were observed by this guy, Paul Pantone, where there were these things that looked like plasma coming out of the device and going in, right? People said to me, you've got to look at this thing by Malcolm Bendel, And okay. And then someone, I think it was at Los Alamos or whatever, they had some connection with the people at Industrial Heat that were investigating the device. And they said, look, maybe Bob hasn't answered what's going on. And I think they knew by sending me this video that Malcolm's team had captured it supposedly in Thailand, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, where there was this overdriven, he calls it, thunderstorm generator. There was indeed these structures coming out of the metal, of the stainless steel, and going back in, and then going up and maybe going up in the loops. And unfortunately, I had to get involved at that point because I thought, well, you know, if they don't know what it is, and we've already seen these things, and it happens in a similar technology that claims to have the same changes of carbon dioxide or whatever in the form of the GEET, then maybe it's doing the same thing. So I had a conversation. And for whatever reason, I went to London and I saw these devices. I didn't see anything that was particularly convincing at that time, but I then went to Zurich and I gave a presentation. And to give Malcolm huge credit, he did not know I was going to turn up to the conference. I told him I would only do this if you open source the technology. Right? I don't want to get involved if you're going to be secret squirrel about it. Yeah. And he had to work hard to get the people around him to allow a basic version of the system to be open sourced. It isn't that complicated. And then I said, okay, all right, I might turn up to Zurich. He didn't know whether I was staying. Bizarrely, like I booked my own hotel and I ended up in the room next door to him. Okay. Which was a little bit surreal. Mm-hmm. He didn't have any control over what I was saying. He had no idea what I was going to present. But I was able to say, look, this is probably ball lightning. The signature of ball lightning is this iron-rich crenellated microsphere. And so I would predict that what's going on is you've got charge separation, partly because you've got flashing to steam, and you've also got catalytic, what's called thermocatalytic splitting of water into hydrogen and oxygen. In where the hot gases are coming out, it's going into a vortex, and they've got the counterflow of the highly moist air that's created by maximizing the moisture in the bubbler. Why did I say this? There was a thing called the Armstrong boiler, and Armstrong was actually a company in the UK that basically made Britain what it was at the Empire, right? They made the military technology. There's this thing called the Turbina, and it's like it was the fastest ship. It had a steam turbine producing the propeller. It's in the Newcastle museum there. Fantastic things you couldn't even imagine were possible 100 years ago. But incredible work. But what happened was there was this guy working in the 1820s or 30s with big steam boilers, and one of the steam boilers had developed a crack. And the crack was ejecting steam. And for some reason, this resulted in very large lightning bolts. And so this ended up becoming the Armstrong electrostatic boiler. And it was where you had like any hydrocarbon burning in a normal boiler, producing a high pressure head of steam. And then it would go through, and that would flash heat some water. And then that would go through a circuitous route and go through a wooden nozzle and then come out into a soliton. And so you're going from superheated water instantaneously into a soliton of steam. And as I've told you, when you have the polar material going around like this, it ends up producing current loop, which produces a toroidal moment. So any electrons that are produced in the shear forces in there get focused into the middle. And then it had 5 nozzles over here, and then 5 electrodes, let's say. And the soliton would hit the tip of the electrode, and all the electrons condensed into the center would then conduct the clusters there onto a collector, and these things could throw 2 feet sparks, bigger than 2 feet. So you're looking at like 1.98 million volts, and this was in the early 1800s. This is before Tesla had ever made anything like a Tesla coil. This is before anyone knew what an electron was, long before a Van de Graaff generator had been invented. So this thing was a marvel of technology. What I'm telling you is that when you have flash steam and high turbulence, which Malcolm has, it should lead to these structures being formed even before they go into the engine. Malcolm calls them plasmoids because of the historical connection, as I said much earlier, to the work of Winston Bostick. He initially called them plasmoids. but they are these self-organized fractal toroidal structures. And they are able to transmute matter. So if this was the case, then what you end up with is two types of monopole. You have a north pseudo monopole and another topological monopole, a south type. And you get the wormhole flux loop between the two. And it's through that wormhole flux loop that it's able to pass the matter through the steel and come back into the other side and end up by causing a little bit of excitement of the air as it goes through. And so you see what looks like a plasma loop coming inside and outside. And in fact, energy and possibly even matter is going through that wormhole and going back into the reactor. When I saw that, I said at the Zurich conference, having never studied under the microscope, I said, you are going to find, if this is working on ball lightning principles, you will find iron-rich crenellated microspheres. And I showed what a ball lightning produced in Hessdalen, a natural one. When it collided with the ground in 2003, there was this group that found this iron-rich crenellated sphere. And we found them in other systems, in plasma reactors using microwaves, and in our ultra experiment. My friend and colleague, Alan Goldwater, I predicted he would see this in the simple ultra experiment, and he did immediately, many of them. So this is what I expected. And then a few weeks or so later, he suddenly sent me pictures of this 24-inch sphere that had apparently been run across 8 years for 500 hours on a 400 kVA natural gas generator in Melbourne in Australia. And he had cut it in half and he was showing me these pictures. I said, Malcolm, stop what you're doing. You're contaminating it. Wrap it up and I'll be over on the next flight, which I did. I did a one-day flight into the UK and flight back out of the UK. And I took a load of microscopy and macro photography stuff. I brought it with me to have a look at your vases if you would like, and get some really nice imagery up close. But anyway, and there was Johanna James there, and I tooled her up with how to use the macro camera, and she did that. I did some microscopy and some other macro photography. And in the Matsumoto book that I showed you earlier, he shows that when this process is occurring, you get these hexagonal structures forming when these ball lightning structures decay. And they are predominantly made of carbon. And I can show you the imagery, and I'll let Ryan have the images to put up on the screen as I'm talking here. These are regularly formed in an array. And so I expected to see this. And do you know what? Immediately, they were everywhere on the inside of this device. Okay?
Yep.
So I said, Malcolm, you have to give me some samples of this. You have to cut up this thing, and you have to give me some samples so I can look at it under an SEM. He says, oh, this cost $50,000, and I want it to be in the Smithsonian. And I said, I can walk away then. I can't do anything else for you. And then after a couple of days, he relented. There was another guy doing the reverse one-day trip to Europe, bringing me the samples. I took them up to Prague a few days later. And within seconds, in the center of each of those pentagonal or hexagonal carbon deposited features, there was an iron-rich crenellated microsphere. 100% certainly. The process that can transmute matter and even destroy matter and synthesize matter is occurring in that device. Now, in our experiments in water, we were able to produce many of these structures in a 900-second experiment. Well, there's lots of 900-second experiments going on in 500 hours across 8 years or whatever. Was the conditions right in just one 30-second segment of those 500 hours to produce all those iron-rich crenellated spheres? Maybe. Time will tell with experimentation. But the idea that this can transmute carbon and oxygen into other elements is a real thing. That is what this process does. It's how it gets its energy. So what would you expect to see? If you've got oxygen and oxygen, they're both 16 nucleons, 17 or 18, but let's say just 16. Almost all of it is oxygen 16. They fuse to sulfur. This is a common thing reported in the literature about experiences of when ball lightning blows up, you get this sulfurous smell. Okay? That is the sulfur 32, and that is the fusion of two oxygens. That is not CO2 anymore. It's not the O anyway. Right. If you take carbon and oxygen and you fuse them together, you get silicon. If you get two silicons, you fuse them together, you get iron 54. If you get carbon and oxygen you fuse them together, you get titanium. Okay? We see all of these elements. And in fact, outside of one of these blown up there's these impact marks where all over you see this flower coming from a central point, and the flower grows, and it's calcium sulfate. That's oxygen, sulfur, which is double oxygen, and calcium is purely made of alpha conjugate nuclei. In fact, they're all alpha conjugate nuclei. So the calcium is the 10 alpha particles. It's called dec-alpha, right? If you take a lot of carbon, and carbon's tri-alpha, and you fuse all that, and oxygen is quad alpha, you fuse all those, you can end up making a lot of calcium. Calcium is one of the most observed elements that is produced by this process, low-energy nuclear reactions. Many researchers in many different systems see calcium. We observe it too. I showed you an example previously in the Lion reactor where there was this flux loop, and on the top of the heater wire there was an element there that was not in the reactor. It was calcium, and it looked like the same ones in the samples by Malcolm Bendall in the Thunderstorm Generator. And at the end of these deposits of calcium sulfate, which by the way is gypsum, right? At the end of these structures, at the tips, there is iron-rich crenellated microspheres. So a very large ball lightning collided with the surface. It split into its subtores, and in the subtores, they're big enough to create iron in the core. They dump their payload of all of the matter, which is the calcium and oxygen that I showed you in structures, right? And the sulfur that's also born out of that process. And at the end, when they've dumped their payload and they're spewing out this coherent matter in crystals of calcium sulfate, at the end of the line, they dump down iron-rich crenellated microspheres. There's no doubt in my mind that that is produced by this process. And if that's the case, we have a means by sequestering carbon in the point of source in an engine. And why is this good news? It's good news because I like driving engines that use hydrocarbons. You feel so much more viscerally connected, and you don't have any issues with range. Now, you can combine the two. That's a good idea. And you can synthesize. There are methods being developed to synthesize liquid fuels, hydrocarbons, using a kind of solar cell. I sat next to someone in Taipei when I was working with Binger and Huang there on a water cavitation heat generation system, and I'll be visiting them again this Christmas. And the guy sitting next to me is in, I think, Caltech or something, and they're developing a solar panel. It's only about 3% efficient at the moment, but directly produces a hydrocarbon from solar energy. You scale that up and you have liquid fuels that are literally zero emission, effectively. They're emitting for the engine. You combine that with this other technology. I do worry that you might end up by removing too much carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, but using this process, you can also reproduce it.
Sure, right.
So
right.
You have a get-out clause. And so, yes, I think it's doing the business. And it's a startup at this stage. And it seems unbelievable because no one can understand a mechanism that isn't creating vast energies and smashing them together. And people, I find it very difficult about fusing anything beyond two versions of, deuterium, or deuterium, tritium. They think that's the only thing that's possible to fuse. But when you have an electrodynamic structure that's able to force matter into effectively a black hole, any matter that goes in there becomes denatured, and it's only when it's reborn. That's the process of electronuclear collapse, according to Dr. Matsumoto. Only when it's reborn do we see the new elements that are born. The elements that are born are most likely to be those that are in the crust, because I believe that what is in the crust is the answer to the problem of this running for billions of years. It is so. Like, the most abundant element in the crust by far is oxygen. The second is silicon. The third is aluminum. And how do you get aluminum? Well, if you take carbon and oxygen, you fuse them together, and you can get aluminium and hydrogen coming out. And so what you see out of Malcolm's engine, sometimes you see a bit of extra hydrogen coming out. Well, maybe that's because he's putting water in, the oxygen's being absorbed, making sulfur. And, there's reasons. But, this would be about, like I'm saying, with the alchemy of the Egyptians, it's about the recipe. And if you can optimize the recipe, you can choose your output to a degree. Okay. It's about baking the cake. So, yes, in short, I have every reason to think that it is doing at least some point in its operation, because it's got these structures.
Okay, fascinating. Thank
And
you.
actually, this is interesting because, like, at the Cosmic Summit, the whole premise of the Cosmic Summit is there's this Younger Dryas meteorite impact, and it produced these iron-rich crenellated spheres, which are seen in various continents, and this means they were meteorites. But then Robert Schoch came along, and he said, actually, probably the rising of the sea level by 150 years after the Younger Dryas floods, which probably caused cataclysmic death and mayhem across the planet, was because there was this coronal mass ejection. And what is coronal mass ejection? Well, firstly, it has a vast number of relic neutrinos that come out that normally can't escape the sun's gravity because they don't fly fast enough to get escape velocity. But they can come out during the coronal mass ejection. So they will cause transmutation on a massive scale. Secondly, he doesn't talk about that. If you have all these protons coming at the Earth, they mix with ozone in the upper atmosphere. And what do they create? Water. So you have water that takes 2 or 3 years to come down, but it's new water. It isn't even raised from the sea by the heat of the. It rains and it rains and it doesn't stop raining, and plus you also have charge. And he talks about this fantastic amount of lightning that would have just been permanent lightning because of all the charge of the charged particles that were flooding the Earth from the sun. Right? It literally would look like hell and damnation. Right? And so what you're seeing up in the sky is all these lightning bolts. Now, a lightning bolt, which is the leader for the discharge of the low potential to the high potential, that is actually a ball lightning. And what do you have in a ball lightning? You have an iron-rich crenellated microsphere. You do not need meteorites. Now, Robert Schoch didn't know this, and for those people that don't know Robert Schoch, he's the guy that worked out that probably the bathtub that the Sphinx is in is probably a lot older than people say it is because of the water erosion potential and the dryness of that part of the desert over a period of known time. So
he actually got that from someone else who,
did he?
who brought him there. Yeah, John Anthony West.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
So it's like, but he's largely
he's credited for it for the most part.
So
yeah.
I always like the original person to be credited.
Yeah.
John Anthony West.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you for and respect to John Anthony West.
Right.
And so, but this theory is, very, very interesting because he doesn't know and didn't mention in his talk that this will be producing iron-rich crenellated microspheres, but it will. Mm-hmm. And so you do not need meteorite impacts. You need something which we've been pretty much suffering the last couple of years. I was actually testing the Thunderstorm Generator in California at my co-director Alan Goldwater's place with a gas mass spectrometer. And we were seeing that it had a very different signature coming out than when you didn't have the Thunderstorm Generator on it. And so that, very big changes in gases coming out. And we can see these at the mass level, okay? Or, there might be compounds that are adding up to a particular mass. It was dry. There was no rain expected. We left the thing out over a tarpaulin just in case, and I went to bed. I woke up in the morning, and the first picture was from John Hutchison of some friends of him taking Aurora Borealis with the San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge in the foreground, right? And I thought, oh no. And I walked outside, and we tried to turn on the mass spectrometer, and the power supply had been fritzed. And so here's a situation where I had always heard this story that, a geomagnetic storm can lead to the damaging of electronic components. And here we are testing something that's based on the same technology that runs the universe. And it gets a flux of this stuff that does the job in the experiment, but it destroys the test that we're doing, and we can't replace it. And it was it was beautiful twist of fate.
Sure. Yeah.
So
cool.
we actually couldn't do one test, which is very important to do, which is now left hanging because I don't know when that opportunity may arise.
Okay.
But, I don't know whether it matters.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is, Malcolm is on a trajectory now where it'll either be proven true or not. The worst case scenario is we're no worse off than we were, and people can go to Malcolm, right?
Sure.
That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
The best case scenario is we have a problem which is going to rewrite my entire life's history, because it was in Tanzania, as I understand it, in 1971 that they came up with this fossil fuel bad thing, right? And therefore, if we make it scarce, and we say it's causing a problem, we can tax and we can overcharge for it and so forth. So like in the sky's falling in. This turns this on its head. If you get carbon tax credits for sequestering carbon dioxide, then you should get more carbon tax credits the more you drive your internal combustion engine. It's just utterly hilarious.
Right.
And it's so much more efficient than making the batteries that go into an electric car. Because they use fantastic amounts of resources to mine the lithium, the cobalt, the nickel. And, with the best wind in the world, I've driven a car. My first car was a 1970s Ford Escort Mark II, right? If no one had scrapped it, like my brother hadn't crashed it, it would probably be running today because it's a very simple device. You open up the hood or bonnet or whatever you call it in this country, and there was nothing under there. It was just air and this little thing in the middle, and you could fix it with one spanner. There was no complicated business going on, and it just worked. It did what you want to do, get you from A to B.
Sure.
And so if you could fix that with a simple device and remove the pollution problem, then, oh no, where's the fear factor there?
Yeah. So speaking of fear factor, government, talk to me about the technology and how you think that it's being used within the government today. So within maybe the private sector, Lockheed Martin, you mentioned a little bit earlier. What are your thoughts about how far have we developed that? Is that what we're seeing with a lot of the UFO phenomenon? What are your thoughts there?
I think the vast majority of unidentified flying objects, or UAPs, or whatever they like to call them these days, is these structures.
Let's pause. You do think that some are extraterrestrial or
well, I think even the extraterrestrial ones may be manifested by using this technology on our planet, but done from remotely. There's no mothership controlling them. It's done because the coordinates of Earth. You're an advanced civilization, and you say, what we're going to do is move these things around. And because they're conscious and they can beam back through the ether, they can maybe observe the environment around them in a way that we can't naturally perceive right now. But they can receive this information all the way back to their home planet. It's like a probe that you don't have to build and send. It's already here. Everything that's necessary to build it is already here.
Yep. So in terms of how we're using from a government standpoint, from a Black project standpoint, what's your understanding of what's going on?
In 1979, my father asked me to come downstairs with my three brothers and my one sister. He had connections in the UK Navy, very revered, and for various reasons, and he was a high-level Mason. I don't know why, but this late summer evening, he told us to look into the western sky. Up into the sky, there was not a cloud in the sky, and 4 lights go, and disappeared. And he said, right, kids, now you can go to bed. I didn't realize there was anything interesting to that story until recently. I even told it before all of this to a sponsor of the project, I think in 2016 or whatever, before any of this recent interest came about. And I told it in an interview before Ross Coulthart, to Ross Coulthart, before he started becoming more mainstream and publishing his book. And I told him that story. In fact, he was the first person outside of the family, other than the sponsor of the project, that I had told of any significance. And it's only last year that I worked out that these structures must have been projected or generated from Shoreham Airfield, which is the oldest purpose-built air base in the world. And my father, every time we used to drive past it from Worthing to Brighton in the southeast of England, used to go on about Shoreham Airfield. And I actually flew a Cessna and a training thing with one of my teachers from school for a couple of times from there. I knew it, but he would always talk about Shoreham Airfield. So I think he had more going on there, or knew some people there, or whatever. And so it only occurred to me that, and only last Sunday, I was reading Piotr Kapitsa. That this is a Nobel Prize winning laureate for discovering superfluidity and the properties of it in superfluid helium. He, in the 1950s, made a discussion about how ball lightning could form. And he's talking about how electromagnetic waves come down, they reflect off, and he effectively describes standing waves, and on the antinodes, transverse to that, you get the ball lightning formed because of the energy concentration and the trapping the electromagnetic waves. And he says there's something there that's trapping it and stuff. He didn't understand the toroidal moment stuff, but he actually refers to the lifetime of the glow from plasma from a 150-meter diameter nuclear blast, right? It was the point of discussion in Soviet Russia at that point. And he says that takes about 10 seconds to decay. So he said if you've got a football-sized or 10 centimetre-sized ball lightning, that should only last for 0.01 of a second. Because like you're assuming that every atom is ionized in a nuclear blast, then if every atom is ionized in a ball lightning, then it should only last for 0.01 of a second. It lasts for minutes sometimes. So he's arguing that the nodes on the phase conjugation of the electromagnetic rays, he doesn't call it phase conjugation, but that's what Tom Bearden calls it, and that produces scalar waves, and it's across the transverse. This is actually how we see in our ultra experiments. You've got the standing waves, and it's the transverse where you get the yin-yang forming that I showed you, that's breaking matter and synthesizing matter. He shows that in his work, he says that sometimes you see ball lightning in a row. And he says that is because you've got a standing antinode here, antinode here, antinode here, antinode here. For the first time in my life, last Sunday, reading publicly on a live stream, having never read this thing before, but knowing that the paper should exist, I had a reason for why there was 4 lights and they were appearing and moving in complete array locked to their position. Yet I'm reading Kapitsa from the 1950s. So 100% this technology was developed in the 50s. It produces out of it a gravitational wave. How do we know this? One of my colleagues in Holland has done a lot of plasma experiments called Henk Uren. He's an absolute genius guy. And he showed these particular kind of spiral structures, which I recognized. He didn't recognize, but I got the video and then I did it frame by frame. I go, oh, this is spiral structures. This is what ball lightning does in Hessdalen, in natural ball lightning. And then this is what strange radiation does in low energy nuclear reactions. Don't worry about what strange radiation is. But anyway, this is the thing you need to shield from. But anyway, this guy in Canada, called David Beall, he replicated this within a short period of time, and he produced much more interesting and varied spiral tracks. But in one sequence of videos, in fact, 2 different sequences, we could see that one comes up here and another one's coming from over here, and this one starts orbiting around the forward path of this one over here. So it's already starting to orbit around. So something is projecting out in front. And then we have another one where we have an anode here and a cathode plate down here, and there are these coherent matter formed. They get spat out, and it goes leftways round. It touches the cathode, gets charged separately, so it's positive, so it's going around this way, and it's negative, now it's going around this way. And then another one gets ejected, and it moves in a straight line out from where it's ejected, and then it immediately, when it gets into the event horizon, it then starts orbiting around, and they're orbiting around each other. And then another one comes out and starts orbiting. You have 3 of these plasmoid, these exotic vacuum objects, these ball lightnings. They've come into phase, and there's 3 of them orbiting around the path of the original structure. Now, they're not controlled in any way. This was just the dynamics of the process. And shortly after, they then separate. But they self-organize into an array, a triple array, and we've got it on video. Right? So these things, they like to be, they don't care about an electric field or a magnetic field particularly. They do care about this spin in the ether. And they create this spin in the ether, which I believe is like they call it a torsion field in Soviet electrodynamics. And your body creates a torsion field. And if you are ill and you're lying in bed in the same place, you will create a torsion field until you've sucked all of the chi inside your event horizon. And you will start to then get iller and iller. And anyone that comes into your chi torsion field will have life force sucked out of them, right? So you get iller and iller. You need to move someone. You need to at least rotate their body. And ideally, you need to move an ill person into a different environment on a regular basis. And you need to keep the feng shui. You need to keep the diffusion of the chi through the environment. And when you visit an ill person, don't stand at the end of the bed unless you want to give them your chi, unless you want to give them health. You want to give of yourself to them. So these things can cohere this energy from the environment. And so what does that mean? If you look at a piece of video that I shared, and maybe we can pull this up, it's in my presentation to the fractal to the Cosmic Summit. And is the John Archibald Wheeler slide. And maybe if we can play that at this point, because this is a guy who worked on the Manhattan Project, and he invented the term black hole and wormhole. Okay, so are you there, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
And a pencil of radiation carries energy with it, and energy has mass, and therefore a pencil of radiation must exert some attraction on things beside it. What about getting a pencil of radiation curved into a circle so the light goes round and round? Then the attraction it exerts is concentrated as if at the center. So what is it that bends this circle, this pencil of radiation into the circle? It's the gravitational attraction of the pencil of radiation itself. That was the idea of the Geon. Actually, if you think of different possibilities for the size of that Geon, bigger or smaller, you find that if it's very big, the energy is low. To push the radiation together requires energy. And you climb a hill like the hill of a volcano until you've come to a maximum energy. And then if the pencil of radiation becomes any smaller in size, the energy starts to go down and the thing collapses. So a Geon is really an unstable entity. It either blows up into a cloud of radiation traveling away in all directions, or it collapses into a totally collapsed object, something that we today would call a black hole. But that stability analysis I didn't have in mind when I first published this work. Only later did I see that that's the feature that's dominant. But nowadays, I'm attracted with the idea that this pencil of radiation going around in a circle does not have to be light. It could be gravitational waves. And you can have gravitational waves imploding to make a black hole.
Gravitational vector coming out of it. I can show you the video, and you can play it in the stream, where I'm showing these self-organize into a regular triangle array around the vector of the collective motion. You don't effortlessly, they self-organize. But if you are controlling them by shifting the scalar interferometry, and you rotate them, so rather than all the gravitational vectors facing forward, they face so that they link into each other, they then produce the next tor up, which produces a new gravitational vector through the center, and that will start pushing those in, which will increase the binding force, which will increase this, it will push it in, it goes... And then you create a structure that is that is itself the next fractal tor up, in this case with 3, and then that is in a bubble, and you can move that around with scalar interferometry.
So you say within a bubble. So a lot of the sightings off of Virginia that like Ryan Graves saw with his squadron flying around in their planes were these black cubes that were surrounded by these clear spheres, which may be plasma spheres potentially, where the 8 corners of the cube touched the sphere. I just had Stefan Burns, and he had a UFO sighting experience where he saw this massive cube that was floating in the sky, and it seemed to be emanating this strange light, almost like a plasma light coming from it. And so
it's the ethereal glow.
Yeah. So that's what we're talking about, I guess, right?
I think so. You asked me, what are the government doing with these things?
Yeah.
I think, to a degree, these were discovered when high-powered, inefficient radar were used during the Second World War. And you had reflection off the fuselage, the aluminium or alloy fuselage of planes. And that caused the same phase conjugation that's described in the Kapitsa paper to produce ball lightning. And these things were called foo fighters, which is interesting because I showed you the food dog, which had a model of the spherical flower of life under its right paw that I happened to touch when I was 18 by luck and deliberate action. And so that I've always said is the model of the structure of ball lightning. And more I think about it, what happens is it structures the structure itself forms these structures that then can go through, and then they get stuck on the outside. So the outside is a mesh of the things that are synthesized by the thing in the middle. And we see this where we have, I have a sample here, which I showed you last night, and a sphere was produced in the reactor of Henk Uren, and the copper inside the volume of that sphere was instantaneously removed. But on the boundary of that, you see these different structures. So if you can pull up that slide from my presentation, again from the Cosmic Summit, Ryan, and go to that slide, and this can lead us into how these structures work with the toroidal moment structures. Once you've got this thing, anything in that bubble, if you spin it up, you can negate its mass effect with gravity. So it's not changing the mass, and it's not really, it's kind of anti-gravity, but it's not the gravity we don't really understand. It's a gravity that I've described to you, which is the Earth is pulling in this flux of neutrinos, and you're countering that. That's it. And when you understand, when you look at the alien reproduction vehicle, when you look, which is, was discussed in the Disclosure Project by Stephen Greer in 2001, and generals said that they saw this thing in the press club in New York. And then you had the 1972, I think it was, British Railways patent, and that basically had the same kind of capacitive vectoring arrangement that you have on the structure. Yeah, so this is the 1970. So if you go up, so we're talking about, you've got the ARV. These are the drawings in the bottom center of Mark McCandlish. How many sections do you think are around that of the capacitor plates? There's 8 subsections to the capacitor plates vertically. How many do you think are around the structure?
33?
48.
Okay, 48, right.
Of course, it would be 48. That's the maximum you can have. And so it has a control mechanism. On the left hand of the thing, you have like a half hemisphere, and you can roll it forward and backwards, left and right. And basically what that's doing is it's changing the rate of change of the capacitive plates vertically, either up or down, and then you are phasing it around, and that affects the toroidal structure. So if you look at the...
There's not 48 there. There's about... On these drawings, it's closer to 32, 33.
It's 48, though.
Yeah.
It is 48.
In reality. Yeah. Gotcha.
So like you in each section, you've got 2 under each of the subplates. Yeah. The one on the left was done by a different artist. The one on the right, the center, is the Mark McCandlish one. Mm. In the top there, you have Nikola Tesla's tower, his Wardenclyffe Tower, that's supposed to transmit energy, but it was an energy generator in my view as well. And I've overlaid the Tesla logo, and you can see how it fits in. And the Tesla logo is complete theft of a Finnish Ukon Vasara, which I took pictures of from 1600 years ago in Helsinki's National Museum. You can use that logo on your T-shirts, I'm pretty sure, but, or at least the Finnish Thor, because there's no copyright, right? And it even has the little bits that come down. So I've got a 200-million-year-old ammonite in there, and that shows the golden ratio spiral that I've put on the golden ratio line. So you can see Tesla actually shrunk it down in there, but you can see how everything fits up. And the actual UFO effectively is... or identified flying object is in that section between the 2 structures on Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower. Okay, and the Wardenclyffe Tower will suck chi through the central column, and it'll probably have a water flowing underneath, which has constantly replenishing chi in the dissolved oxygen in the water. So it would capture that chi, it would process matter. When you actually look at that image, it's not clear, but the actual tower is a long way behind that front building. It's actually, everyone thinks, and I did for many years, until I saw a Serbian model from the Belgrade, is it Belgrade or whatever? The music, yeah, there, you can see it there. It's actually quite a long way behind. And it's not finished, but the actual, it's the Sothic triangle internally, and it's essentially a mushroom. and it's exactly and precisely the shape it should be on the patent. And it shows total precise knowledge of the working. So if you go to the next slide, this is the J.F. King magnetohydrodynamic patent for an anti-gravity device in 1967. And you have a corona ring that's producing charged separation, and that's coming down over these capacitive plates, which you can phase the relationship with those capacitors, and you adjust the voltage, and that gives you your vector relationship. So that's describing how you would make the ARV. And if you go to the British Railways patent, the British Railways patent is interesting because to create charged particles, it has a nuclear reactor in the middle. So you've always got the charged particles wherever. And you don't need the 1.2 million volts that was apparently in the ARV. Why do you need 1.2 million volts? Because you need to create positrons and electrons from physically ripping the vacuum apart to create positrons and electrons. So that means it will work in space as well. Okay. With the British Railways Board patent, which was made filed 2 years before I was born, they have the same capacitive plates underneath to do the vectoring, okay, and they have the emitter of the charged particles from below. Okay, so this is the Van Tassel's integratron. This was meant to allow you to enhance your ability to remote view, basically to see through time and across time. And it has a Tesla coil in there. It's all built from wood, so it does not allow discharge of electrostatics. And if you take the fractal toroidal structure, the D4D fractal ratios, from the center point of the electrodes that stick out. By the way, there's 3 electrodes per section, and there's 16 sections, so it's 48. It's again got 48, right? And this is the maximum number you can produce, right? And I've worked out why that is. It's because the iron-rich crenellated spheres, and it's double there. When you get over 48, they interact with the black hole core, and it just forces the whole thing to fall apart. So if you overpower it, that's the only. So this is the optimum, most intense variation of it. And so if you scale it so that the structure is centered on that and it's on ground, it's at the top of the window level and down below. Now, if you go two up, on the left you see a yang and a yin. Yang on the right, this is the bottom left, in a 1986 ball burn sample that I showed you last night when we were having dinner. And it's a hole cut out with this particular type of half hexagonal shape and a little leap to one side, and then the same shape to the left, intersecting. This is on the bottom left I'm talking about. That is the same shape you have on this lantern that may be as much as 12,000 years old. It was in images before the Iraq War, but you can't see it now. So there wasn't evidence of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, but they were all in the museums. Right? And if we're going to be able to roll out this technology, we have to get the Taliban to destroy all the evidence in Afghanistan. We have to get the G culture evidence destroyed in Iran. We have to get all the stuff destroyed in Syria and in Damascus. We have to empty the museums in Iraq. We have to go to Sudan, Yemen, all these countries, and we have to destroy the evidence, just like they were doing in 2021 during the COVID pandemic. They were plowing the first nation to accept Christianity, Armenia. They were going into the graveyards where this fantastic graves were carved with the most exquisite detail of the technology, and they were smashing up the gravestones, not to build houses, just to clear the evidence that this technology is known. So do they know it? 100% certainly. There are people that know this technology, but they want to commercialize it, and they want to drip it out like the latest feature on an iPhone for the next 500 years. And capitalize on every little incremental benefit we can give humanity. Just so it's for our benefit, because otherwise we're going to kill ourselves. Yeah, these kind of arguments get used, and it's just freaking annoying, frankly. What you're seeing there in this possibly 12,000-year-old lantern is incoherent particles embossed on the bottom right. They're out of phase. They're above. They're coming into the vortex, and they're going into nearly the center of the vortex, but it isn't the center of the vortex. That's important. And they come here out debossed, but in phase. That is precisely showing how this technology works on a thing that produces light. It's an oil lantern. Mass produced, most likely. If you can go and look at the paper somewhere.
And what does that symbol mean for ancient people? It's a symbol of peace and fertility. And
It's an auspicious symbol in India. Literally, almost every vehicle I cycled or rode behind on my way to work for 8.5 years has those symbols all over it. Every single temple is replete with them. Every single mandala that my staff would make every year during the festival, they would have loads of those symbols. If you go to Japan, every single temple has those on. If you go to Taiwan, you've got the Sun Moon Lake. And if you go to the central temple in Sun Moon Lake, it literally has a swastika on one side and a sticker on the other. This is on Sumerian bowls in the museum in Berlin, like many, many thousands of years ago. It's the most important symbol. If you go to the Hopi culture, it's one of the most important symbols here in Native America. Like, when did the Native Americans arrive? Let's ask your friend that was here last. Yeah?
Graham, yeah.
Yeah, when was he saying they possibly arrived?
During the Ice Age. Yeah. I mean, that
and they brought that knowledge with them. And they know that when we understand that, we will stop the fourth cycle from the cataclysm. And I believe, by the way, with my remote viewing, it'll happen between 2032 and 2034. So that's our window to get the knowledge out.
The cataclysm will happen.
I don't exactly know what it is, but only by understanding this technology and employing countermeasures will be able to stop the cataclysm.
Let's talk about that for a second. Tell me about the remote viewing and what you've seen for 2032 to 2034.
I don't know what it is.
What does it look like?
Here's the thing. I felt a number of years ago in 2000, I think it was 2014, 2 years before there, I thought there was going to be an earthquake in Iceland, a volcano, and it was going to be massive. And this is one of those remote viewing instances where I thought, for a laugh, I'll write a film treatise, like a basic crummy film script to prove that I knew this was going to happen 2 years out. And then it happened. And it was significant to me because for whatever reason, it meant my partner at the time had to live in Worthing because they'd taken a flight and no flights could work. And it basically worked very well in my benefit. And so it became significant to me, but it was also significant on a global state. Now, as someone not trained and didn't recognize it, I never tried to employ it. But I've always had this feeling that it's between 2032 and 2034. I don't know what it is. It could be another coronal mass ejection. And if that's the case, then we can possibly use this technology to prevent that from causing one of these massive events.
So how do you practice remote viewing?
I don't know.
Okay.
My first experience that I can recall, I think it was about I don't know, I was not more than 7. And my aunt, Auntie Mari, used to pick me up from school. And one day a week, to help out, and she used to take us to this shop called Gamley's and say, whatever you want, you can buy it and we'll go home and make it. So every week I used to buy the Space 1999 lander. I used to go back and I used to make it and so on. Anyway, so I was there and we often slept overnight and whatever. And I didn't know she was diabetic. I do recall her injecting insulin into her body. I didn't know it was insulin at the time. I knew nothing about it. However, I looked at her tone and I got my first, the one that I can remember, overwhelming feeling. And I just said things like I was speaking in tongues. I didn't even know what I was saying. I said, Auntie Mari, you're going to get gangrene in that toe and it's going to be amputated. She said, what are you talking about? I was a nurse during the Second World War. You don't know what you're talking about. I said, sorry. And I felt ashamed. 2 years later, she got gangrene in that toe and had it amputated. That is very, very, very specific. So now I can choose to see the balance of probabilities. And I don't know in my research whether I'm cheating because I'm looking through the eyes of people that actually know the answers, or I'm actually doing any work myself. When I say Malcolm Bendall will have, if it's doing this, it's got iron-rich crenellated spheres in there, it's like I'm saying it with certainty. The same weird confidence that I said about my aunt. I had a girlfriend once, and I had a few times actually.
Yeah, I was going to say just once.
Just one girlfriend. Yeah. And I was talking about various experiences, and she said, well, like, you know, do you ever tell the people that it's going to affect? I said, well, I did that to my aunt, and I felt bad about it ever since. So when I get one of those feelings, I tend not to. She says, well, you know, just do it the next time you feel it. And like, it was like the following day or something. I went to the hairdresser that I had been, you know, having my hair cut at for, I don't know, best part of a decade. And I sat down there and I got this feeling. Like, it was like weird because it was so close. And maybe I was trying to do it because I'd been asked to by my partner. And I got this overwhelming feeling that he was going to cut his hand. And I thought, oh, God, do I have to tell him? I said, you know, mate, you are very handy with those scissors. Have you, I don't, it's a bit weird, but like, have you ever cut yourself? And he says, not in 30 years have I ever cut myself. And there's 3 other people having their hair done. And behind me, there's another 5 waiting in this barber shop. And within seconds, he'd cut himself in the web of his finger. And there was blood everywhere.
Have you seen Encanto?
No.
Okay, you should watch it. Bruno, yeah, it's Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno,
Okay.
but yeah, this is the same person. Same. He has this gift of being able to see people's future, and he tells them what it is, and it's typically not good. So,
No.
yeah, interesting. Okay,
So what I can describe is, for me personally, either has to be an event that's occurring close to me,
yeah,
or with people I know and love, or that's significant to me in some way, or it has to be a major, major event. Like the financial crisis, I changed my entire life on the basis that I predicted by the end of 2006, there would be a financial crisis worldwide. And I started looking to move out of the UK, move my business to India. There's another factor that was in play in 2000.
So no financial crisis between now and 2032?
Oh, there's always going to be ups and downs. No, that's not the kind of problem we're facing. We're facing, in my view, potentially a civilization-ending event.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Yeah, but
what I know is this kind of feeling comes to me when, and I haven't got the details on it yet.
Okay.
I did have the details that it was Iceland and there was going to be a volcano. And typically it comes 2 years out. But like, I did know before I was like 8, 9 or whatever, that I would be doing this job from the age of 40. And I had to prepare for it. I had to work like so I was ready to understand what was to be revealed.
But what specific information was given to you so that to let you know that those are the dates, 2032 to 2034, of a potential civilization ending catastrophe?
I just feel it.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what? If I get a better signal, I'll come back to you. But
Good.
I think maybe it's a coronal mass ejection, something like that. That's my best guess at the moment, but it is only a guess. That's not what I've seen.
We're at the peak of the solar cycle right now in 2025, 2026.
Yeah, I know.
And it's going to be down by that point. So
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe a big asteroid hits the sun and we get an ejection. I don't know. I don't know. And maybe it's not that. Or maybe this technology gets switched on and that causes it.
Or a virus or a nuke or whatever.
The virus was man-made.
No, for sure. But another one could be
We're not
as
going to
well.
suffer a nuke. And that's when we come back to what are the government doing with this technology, was your question a little while ago. It's what they're not telling us they can do with it, which would remove fear. Using this technology, you can create one of these bubbles around an ICBM effortlessly and for very little energy input. And you could slam that into the sun, you could slam it inside the earth, and it would never affect anyone. The point is, in my view, we are living an utter lie of the threat of nuclear war. It's just a game. What's happening in the Middle East, in my view, and what's happening in Ukraine, tragic loss of life, ridiculous suffering. I went and visited Kosovo in 2012. There are 1/3 of the city I visited, which is still fenced off because of mines, and all the buildings are bombed out. There's parts of the city I live in Brno for a good proportion of the year in the Czech Republic, and that whole city block just up the road from me is still a wasteland after being bombed in the Second World War. It's difficult to comprehend what it means multi-generationally when the adventures of war go ahead. But what's happening, in my opinion, and what happened in Afghanistan with leaving out all that equipment, is we are watching a fire sale at the taxpayer's expense. If you do not bomb a bomb, you have to pay for the bomb to be disposed of. Plus, you have to make another replacement bomb, right? The bomb value goes down, okay? And then it's negative. So you have to deploy the bomb in order to get maximum value from it. Now, what happens if you have a technology that completely replaces that approach to war? It all becomes valueless. So you've got to get the full market value for every single bomb and bullet you've made. You've got to get every useless tank out on the battlefield and charge it to the taxpayer. So no one in the Mick is losing any money. They're taking the Mickey. They are the Mick taking the Mickey, right? So basically, that's a fire sale. You don't mind leaving stuff in Afghanistan because hopefully that'll start some wars and you can get rid of some more weaponry, right? It's just business. It's just business. And it's sick. It really is abominable. Now, in 2017, they announced that the electromagnetic weapons will be put on the latest fighters in the US by 2020. And that was basically just behind Russia announcing the same, that they're going to have plastic planes running with a drone that has traditional munitions on it and electric munitions and RF triggered directed energy weapons. And basically the plane that the pilot flies has nothing on it. It's just guiding the other two planes. And they have this thing called Kilbini or Kilbini. It's basically a thing that produces this electrodynamic structure that creates a stealth bubble, which if anything traveling inside that can't be seen. And you can strap these onto any planes you like. You can take an old plane from, the 1950s or the 1960s, and suddenly it's a stealth bomber. It's like a totally different way. Not all these weird kind of materials that get ruined when they get rain on them or something. Yeah. It's just like this system that produces, and it's not only that one plane, all of the planes traveling inside that bubble cannot be seen. Plus, they can project out into free space fake targets, which you can't see with the eye, but they produce the infrared signature of the plane that they're actually flying, so that when you try and launch your missiles that are heat sinking and they're designed to target the heat signature of a particular plane, they go and hit a piece of dead space. It's got nothing in it. So it's like electromagnetic warfare is so far beyond what you can imagine now. And so it's totally irrelevant. You package this energy up. And I think if you get 1 cc of fluidized electrons, according to Ken Shoulders, that will basically take out a meter volume of anything. Doesn't matter what it is. And you can produce these things, you can shoot them into things, and then you can direct them. And I don't mean like putting them in a direction. You can direct them like a conductor. Right, we're going to have electrical discharge and we fry all the humans. Or we're going to turn that tank to jelly, or that plane's engine is going to fall apart cataclysmically, right? And you won't be able to tell really what happened. You orchestrate how the energy manifests. Once it's in the destination, you cause it to detonate the weapon, right? So you can fire these things into a nuclear weapon in flight, and the nuclear weapon will be disabled, right? But you don't want the stuff raining down. So actually what you do is you arrange a minimum of 3. Why do you need 3? Because you can't define a plane with 2. You need 3 to define a plane. You already know the vector the thing is traveling in. It doesn't matter whether it's going at 10 times the speed of... why, when Putin launches 19 Kinzhals in one salvo, these are hypersonic weapons. They travel at, let's say, Mach 13 or something. There's no missile you can use to take them out, okay? And if you launch 19, you're basically saying that from land, sea, submarine... and aircraft, we can launch these Kinzhals, and with 19 we can knock out every single US carrier, and you cannot do anything about it. Unless you can. Why do not people worry about it? You wouldn't worry about that message of supreme power if you know you've got something up your sleeve. If you've got something that can turn that Mach 13 device into something that basically disappears, and you can park it out in space, or you can park it in the sun, or you can park it in the center of the earth, it becomes irrelevant. But you don't want to reveal it, do you? Under any circumstances. And I believe that these structures that my father showed me in 2019 are based on this technology. And if you can pull up that slide, it's actually the...
1979.
Yeah, 1979.
Yeah.
You can pull up that slide, which is also from 1979. That's from the NASA's website. And it's an intergalactic transport device. It's on the... this is the 1979 proposal to NASA by A.C. Holt. field resonant propulsion concept. Now, in this paper, after we've discussed it, you go and click on the link at the top right there. Not now, but afterwards. You can download the paper and I can show you what it's discussing in there. But you have the current's coming out of the spot and it's going into the cross, right? So you've got a current loop, current loop, current loop, current loop. On the right-hand side, current loop, current loop. You've got exactly what is in that 1995 paper by Zverblis, which is talking about this classified Soviet energetics technology, right? Mm. What you see in the middle there is magnetic field lines reconnecting, and they all connect to produce a vortex in the center, right? And that is the phase singularity. That produces the Aharonov-Bohm effect, which is able to take out of coherence matter and make it into coherence, so you can produce a magnetic monopole at that center there. And that is supposed to be able to replicate how all of the UAPs work based on their understanding in 1979. The same year my father showed me these structures above Shoreham Airfield. Okay. Now, if you would mind, whilst we continue talking, Ryan, to click on the link on the top right and download the... There we go. So if you go full screen on that. So this is it. I've actually put some references here. So if you come down, just go to some of the highlighted sections. Wait. The speculative propulsion concept described in this paper was presented at a special session of the 15th Joint Propulsion Conference in June 1979. This is before I was shown these structures in late summer. Okay? A new propulsion concept has been developed based on the proposed resonance between coherent pulsed electromagnetic waveforms and gravitational waveforms or space-time metrics. Everything you see there is what you need to know. And we've seen these things in our experiments in micro. Using this concept, a spacecraft propulsion system potentially capable of galactic and intergalactic travel without prohibitive travel times, i.e. it's going faster than the speed of light, right? Has been designed, past tense. The propulsion system utilizes recent research associated with magnetic field line merging, hydromagnetic wave effects, free electron lasers, laser generation, mega-Gauss fields, and the spectral construction, contaminant metals, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so astrophysical research. Astronomers have speculated the relationship exists between black holes and quasars, white holes. He's literally talking there about jumping through a wormhole, right? And the astrophysicist you're referring to is John Archibald Wheeler, who we just had earlier, right? One of them. The energy and matter which leaves space-time in a black hole may reappear at a white hole at some distant space-time point. UFO research. UFO studies indicate that the unexplained residual UFO phenomena may be due to extraterrestrial visitors, parapsychological experiences, or a combination of the two. If some UFO phenomena are caused by extraterrestrial visitors in very advanced spacecraft, then the frequency of visits and the large number of different types of visitors, many different humanoids have been described. Note it, humanoids. What did I say? Before I ever read this, the answer to the program that runs the universe is something that looks a bit like us. Star Trek weren't being lazy, they were being accurate. Imply the ability to cross large stretches of galactic and intergalactic space in relatively short time frames. UFOs are often observed to disappear instantaneously. That's what I witnessed. In a subset of these cases, the UFO later reappears at a nearby location, implying a disappearance from and reappearance into space-time. I attempted to explain that to you last night. I'll do a whole presentation on it so it's very clear for everyone. The high-speed, right-angle turns, abrupt stops and accelerations of UFOs, and the absence of sonic booms, despite calculated speeds of 22,000 miles per hour or more, suggest that UFOs may be able to generate an artificial gravitational field or otherwise use properties of space-time which are not familiar with. These are all the things that they're talking about in Congress last year. It's like so-called revelations of UFO, blah, blah, blah. It's on NASA's website from not necessarily from 1979. There was no web then, but like it was presented to NASA. UFO propulsion systems appear to involve electromagnetic or hydromagnetic, I call it magnetohydrodynamic, processes as evidenced by the radiative effects on the environment, such as burns, dehydration. When you cause water to fall apart, it dehydrates things, right? When you cause burns would come from, as you spin the structure up, it produces increasingly from non-visible infrared through the visible spectrum, through ultraviolet, so you start to see the excitation of the air, and then it goes into soft X-rays through to X-rays up to 2 kilo electron volts. There's a very specific reason, which I think I found out the answer to. It's because the smallest substructure is actually atomic hydrogen, and that has potentially a 25 picometer distance, and so that's the minimum. And when you work out the electrodynamics, it ends up by producing photons, which are up to 2 kilo electron volt photons, and they can interact with the iron core, and they produce electrons that are 2 kilo electron volts, and they can then produce photons up to 2 kilo electron volts when they hit other ordinary matter. So this is what Ken Shoulders observed. They only produce, when they blow up, they produce up to 10 kilo electron volts, or even more sometimes, of photons and charged particles, electrons. So UFO propulsion systems appear to involve electromagnetic or hydrodynamic processes evidenced by radiative effects on burns, dehydration, stopping of automobile engines, TV and radio disruption, melting and alteration of the ground and road surfaces, power disruptions, and static electricity effects. What did I say? The magic is that does this? It's the thing that is the framework upon which positive and negative static electricity is formed. That is the basis of this technology. It's a relic neutrino condensed fractal toroidal structure. And depending on whether you have charged particles in the negative or the positive, it can come out of the neutral state into one of the other ones. That is what you observe. I've been saying it for years. Okay, this was around since 1979, but I didn't know until someone sent it to me last year. And gravitational fields may be used in UFO propulsion systems. This is bang on the money. And if they were talking about this in 1979, you can already see the papers and patents that come before that. And when you look at that device, the ARV, that had to have been made in the 50s or 60s. Mm-hmm. And it's that simple. And I would like to build one of these devices. I have people that are keen to build it as well. And I'd like to build it with coal and steam. I want to make a steampunked UFO that goes faster than light.
Okay. Sounds pretty awesome.
Using the Armstrong electrostatic effect rather than a Tesla coil to produce the charged particles.
Yeah.
Because you only need over 1.022 to create positrons and electrons, right? So
I want to ride after it's tested fully.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, Alan Goldwater, because he's absolutely into VTOL. He loves Elon Musk's stuff, and he watches it religiously, my co-director. I've offered him the first ride. Okay. I mean, he's in his 70s.
I definitely don't want the first ride. There's no way.
Well, apparently there was someone at the Tesla Tech conference that said they were brought in because they're experiencing Tesla coils to fix the electrostatics in the device because... When it went out of sync, some of the people in there got a bit mashed. And so, there are places you want to be in that structure and the places you absolutely do not want to be in that structure. That's what I'm saying is there are areas in the pyramid that are, and blocks that are in the pyramid and passageways that are in the specific positions to prevent access when the pyramid is operational, and air observation ports to watch it being operational. It is how it works.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. We got to wrap it up in just a couple of minutes or so. But if you could do me a favor and let's just summarize for the audience, because it was a lot. It was a ton of information. We covered a ton of different topics. It's an incredibly fascinating technology, but ultimately very confusing at the same time. But if you could summarize just for us, the last several hours and the technology in general, and then in 30 seconds or 45 seconds or whatever, and then take me to the future state. What is it that you hope to accomplish?
There is a technology that allows you to interact with the chi, the Holy Spirit, the prana, this all-pervading substance that goes through us and is in everything. It is the medium by which all consciousness entities are able to store their existence and retrieve it, and how we have an afterlife, and explain so many phenomena. It's almost mind-boggling to comprehend. It is a rarefied material, and it is a quantum theory and standard model compliant model of gravity, as was already calculated by Bob McElrath working at CERN Theory Group. There is ordinarily no means by which you can interact with this dark matter, but the dark matter can be interacted via its toroidal moment. This toroidal moment can be created by magnetohydrodynamic fractal toroidal electrodynamic structures that are in every one of the proposed anti-gravity devices that have patents that are of any sensibility. And that would also explain most of the observations that you see in the observed so-called UAP phenomena that's out there. What does this mean?
Yeah.
This means we have the ability to travel to other solar systems in very small fractions of a human lifetime, potentially imperceptible in your own timeline. That is to say, you might be frozen in stasis, not frozen thermally, but your consciousness stops and your rate of aging completely stops as you're traveling. So you will go into a sleep-like state, and for you, when you come out, it'd be like a blink of an eye, and you're literally on the other side of the universe. Now, it might have taken a finite time, which might be a small fraction of the amount of time it would have taken traveling at the speed of light. This might be vast multiples of the speed of light. So when you get to the other side, you might come across a planet. That planet might be just a load of sand. You know, you can't sell sand in Arabia, right? But that sand is just condensed matter. And using this technology, we can convert that sand, as was found by Takaaki Matsumoto, into all of the elements to support life. This is the flower of life. So you use the same technology to get there, which, by the way, you would interact with it through consciousness, depending on how far it's spun up. You get to the location, and you're able to terraform a planet. And you possibly can even clone devices that you have a patent for. And so you don't have to manufacture things when you get to the other end. When you're existing there, you will be able to produce unlimited amounts of workable dipole, which you can generate a power from, which you can do ordinary meat space work, where you're in the meat space, what I call meat space, this living hunk of junk, which carries around a cryptographic key or access to the Akashic record in the conscious field. And you can then use the same technology to communicate back real time with your loved ones on the other side of the universe, presuming they possibly have accounted for time dilation effects by parking themselves into one of these devices whilst you were in stasis and traveling, if there is any time dilation that might cause them to not be around when you arrive at your destination. And so what does it mean for humanity? It means we can stop fearing death. We do need to understand this. We need to completely, implicitly understand this and teach it at all levels of education, from the point of view that we need to be able to know the potential benefits and the risks. You know, a knife can be used to spread butter, and well, maybe not that, but like a nice Japanese carving knife for dropping through a piece of tuna fish, a sushi. That can be used as a weapon as well. Like the fire can be used for benefit or a weapon. That is the same with this. Now, we haven't blown ourselves up with access to nuclear weapons, have we? Like, there was a demonstration that probably in hindsight shouldn't have been made because they have to explain that this thing exists. This technology exists as well, and it's, at least from the baryon decay, it's 133 times more energetic. And because if it can then cohere energy from the physical vacuum, whether you call it zero-point energy or you call it condensation of relic neutrinos or dark matter, it doesn't matter. More energy out than in that's accessible to us. Then it means you can have fantastic weapons, but it also means you can replace all the solar energy and all of the carbon-based energy that we currently use on Earth with a non-pollution producing device, which will enable us to protect our environment and live a higher standard of life, the kind of standard of life that Australians and people in Dubai and people in America have got used to, could be there for every human on Earth. And with this technology, we could potentially have trillions of people living on this planet comfortably and be able to have areas that are essentially pristine with the right, let's say, management of the process. Travel will become an insignificant thing. You would be able to go from point A to point B as far as, as long as it takes you to blink, with any amount of weight you need to transport. And that is the real problem for people that would like to control. If they can't control your energy and they can't control your travel, They have literally zero control. And I don't think it's about protecting us for what we might do to ourselves. It's because they think that they will lose control. And you can use this technology, as I've said, this is the dystopian side, to manipulate people's thoughts, to put thoughts into their head, wherever they are, however far they're away, however deep in a mountain they are. There's no getting away from this because it goes through any matter. And we need to understand this from the point of view of its potential abuse. And these psychotronic weapons, you know, there was this meeting between the leaders at the time during the Cold War that they understood that this was far beyond nuclear and the implications for humanity were totally profound. And this agreement, I think it was between Khrushchev and whoever it was on this side of the pond, do not to develop these weapons. And sadly, both sides have developed the weapons and the conscious manipulation tools, in my view. And we are at maybe the cataclysm that is potentially happening in 2032 to 2034, it might just be a kill switch where literally everyone on planet Earth kills each other. Because they just say, it's the fuck it switch. And you get someone that knows how to do this. They've managed to collect enough DNA so they can do the spread spectrum to get everyone to go psychotic. And like everyone kills the first thing that they see moving. It's a zombie apocalypse. And so I don't want to see a zombie apocalypse because I quite like people. In fact, I really like people. I love all kinds of people. Everyone's got something to add. Everyone, they bring joy, and create and art and music and dance and sports and buildings and clothing and all kinds of things. This beautiful thing we have called humanity needs to understand that we are far more interesting than we are led to believe and programmed and deceived into not realizing our potential within our lifetimes. And that is what I would like to see, is the technologies that can benefit humans being understood and the potential risks that they can, when they're abused, are understood also, so that we can move forward.
Nice. Love it. Yeah, well said. Beautiful explanation and recap and vision for the future. So thank you for sharing. How can people follow you?
My blog is at remoteview.icu. It's a Substack blog. You can subscribe for free. There are a few articles that are behind the paywall. I will dribble those out over a period of time outside the paywall, but it's very few. But of course, I'm a volunteer. I have been a volunteer for 12 years, or 10 years rather, over 10 years. And it's kind of how I feed my family. It's not a lot, but it helps. I'm going to be doing a Kickstarter called Understanding the Magic of Ball Lightning, or something along those lines, in the coming days. And this is about remastering the work of the great nuclear scientist, maverick scientist, Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto, who discovered, the book is called Steps to the Discovery of Electronuclear Collapse and Regeneration. And it shows how this technology can be proved to oneself, prove to university professors that it's real. It's simple experiments to do and what to observe to see what is actually going on, to understand it and to know. When you see the evidence, then, as I said before, nature does not lie. So look out for that Kickstarter. That'll help bring this science. We're going to hopefully run, potentially up in Clearwater in a year's time or a couple of years' time, an exhibition of the artwork that's created out of this guy's observations of the science during the 1990s, that he imaged and put these beautiful collages of things that were seen under the microscope that explain physically what is going on in this electrode collapse and electro regeneration of matter. So that might be happening here in Florida, and if it is, I would encourage everyone to come and see that exhibition. It'll be the first time, I think, in history that a major earth-shattering, civilization, epoch-changing technology will have been, the evidence that led to the discovery of that from this party will be presented in a format that is no maths, no equations. You can just see it. And it's like when you go to an art exhibition, everyone stands in front of a Mark Rothko and they see a couple of blocks of color and they spend a couple of days, a treatise discussing what was going through the artist's mind. This is nature. Nature produced the answer, and we just have to see what it's trying to tell us. So there's that. Then the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, if you could donate to that, it's absolutely fantastic. That's how the volunteers in this process have been funded, and how I was able to visit so many people over these many years. And that is our YouTube channel and X. And we also have a historical site I referred to at quantumheat.org. So those are the places to reach me. And I encourage people out there to buy Space Earth Human so they can understand how Dr. Alexander Parkhomov came from the psychic spy program in the Soviet Union. That's chapter 4, to understand black holes inside the Earth and in our near orbit, how this dark matter is able to manipulate matter, and the experiments which you can simply perform to understand that this is a real phenomena. We are at the new dawn of an old age.
Yeah, well said. So, thank you again for flying over, for coming all the way across the pond. I know it was a long trip. And
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, as I say again, Jo, your fixer,
she's amazing.
She's awesome.
Yep.
And Ryan's been great in the back room there.
Yep.
And you've got a great outfit here. I wish you all success.
Thank you.
I know, like, people see your quality values here, but it's not just what you experience in the room and the production values you've got going on here. It's that you make every effort to account for the person coming so that they are not exhausted, so they've had time to recover, and absolutely fantastic. So if you get an opportunity to come on Matt Beall's,
Thank you. Good catch.
Matt Bell's podcast, just say yes and figure out the details later.
Right. Well, appreciate that very much. Yeah, thank you. We're trying hard here to make it a great experience.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank
really,
you.
real pleasure.